you on the flip side. Let me get you on the flip side. Let me get you on the flip side. Let me get you on the flip side. When we moved out to the west side, and I promised you that you'd be all mine. Then we started nesting on in, and my love for you went right through a spin. There's no need to wait for another man to take you for granted, take you for granted, no. Get on with it, get on, get on with it, get on, get on with it, get on, get on with it. Let me get you on the flip side. 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 There's no need to wait for another man to take you for granted, take you for granted, no. Get on with it, get on, get on with it, get on, get on with it, get on, get on with it. Down the
Wow. Hello, everybody. I hope you are going well. Welcome to this first edition of the X-Day event conference. I will briefly introduce myself. My name is Owen Simonen. I'm a French entrepreneur, but I'm mostly known on internet and social media as Asher. I'm making video on internet from 2016, and I'm talking about blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and I'm trying to vulgarize and popularize this technology. Today, I'm very delighted to present and to open this first conference of Elrond. I've never done an intro to such an event like that before, even less in English, guys. But Benjamin told me, Owen, you have to go out of your comfort zone. I'm here, Benny, and I will try to do it. And for this first occasion, I want to tell you my first story with Elrond. At the end of 2018-2019, my very near friend and partner, Danilo Carlucci, the CEO of Morningstar Venture, told me, Owen, I just discovered a group of Romanian entrepreneurs called Elrond with an unbelievable project. You have to meet the CEO of this company. Okay. Few days after that, Danilo brought me to New York to the Consensus event of cryptocurrency. At this time, my YouTube channel just reached more than 100,000 subscribers. For me, that was amazing. My activity as an ambassador was in full swing, and a lot of projects from all around the world want to work with me to propose something and to let us know in France what the blockchain field is starting to grow and is starting to become. I'm just arriving to New York with my friend Danilo and my terrible skills in English, and after even 1 minute of introduction, Danilo left me alone with Benjamin, me, and my 45 words of vocabulary in English. That was long, very, very long. But I had only one goal in mind. I want to sign a contract and I want to work with Elrond to let known in France what they were preparing with this project. At this moment, brief introduction, and I started my pitch. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about a video. I'm talking about creating a collaboration in France. Benjamin looked at me with a very big smile. It seems a bit amused to see me doing the show in English, but it also seems appreciate my energy. And I'm continuing to talk of what can I do in France for Elrond. I remember that Benjamin wait my whole pitch and listen my whole story. And almost at the end, Benjamin stopped me and say, Owen, before talking about money, you don't want to know a bit more about the technology? You don't want to know if we have really something cool? Oh, yes. Very humble story. That was a bit complex. So maybe he didn't say it exactly like that, but I perceive it exactly like that. So I was hurt for a short while, and I went back to my hotel room. And at this moment, I did what we all should do before investing our time in a blockchain and cryptocurrencies project. Do your own research. I downloaded the white paper, I read everything, and I was asking a lot of technical questions to my technical team to understand what is Elrond. After a night of research, I was convinced. And after that, I called back Benjamin, and since that day, I joined the Elrond journey. As much for the technology, as much for these entrepreneurs who give off a crazy energy and who always bring people together. That's my bet. It's more than human and vision. than instant technology, because technology is moving so fast. And I think we can chase it, and we can propose something really amazing. This humble story learned me 2 lessons. The first one, don't negotiate in the languages that you don't master. You will look like an idiot because you have to go straight to the point, and you will lose a lot of subtlety of the discussion. And the second thing is, before talking about profit, we have to focus on creation of value. And we have to keep in mind that the way is very long. And that's why we took the decision to put it and to do this way together. That's exactly what we are trying to do and what we will do during the next 3 days. We will talk about new paradigm, we will talk about new perspective, but also new positioning of Elrond. The founders and the team will talk about new products, ideas, and also new collaboration between Elrond and existing players. I'm even more proud of what Elrond has become in France, but also of what the French community represents today for Elrond. That was a long way. A lot of problems, a lot of things to fix, but I'm sure we just reached the first % of this job. 99% still. Let's go. I was surprised to meet a lot of entrepreneurs, holders, and investors from all around the country, chasing and following all Elrond activities. And today, it's my own brother who is about to propose an application on the Elrond chain. This is a teaser, but for the moment, it's classified. So, what I want to say is, it's also interesting at this moment because the French country is just starting to open the discussion with the blockchain and cryptocurrency. The discussion started a few years ago, but for the first time, French country want to take a position on this technology. And more, the government is understanding this problematic, is understanding this technology, and want to put French country to the first line of this technology and of this development. For talking a bit more about the positioning of the country, please, everyone, welcome the French Digital Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Benjamin, for having me. Congratulations to the Elrond team for setting up such a great event in the center of Paris. Very happy to be with you this morning to send you a message about France. There are 2 defining trends that are shaping the future of internet, Web3 and the metaverse. And I'm going to try and convince you, with my French accent, in a few minutes, why France is the place to be for those who intend to develop and invest in Web3 and the metaverse. France is the place to be for those who invest or who want to invest or develop the Web3. Let me remind you that Internet was actually invented in the 70s in a French lab by a guy that was called Louis Pouzin. So yes, we failed to turn this into a market-wide innovation, and the US did the heavy lifting. But here in France, we care deeply about the original nature of the Internet, which is a collaborative, decentralized space that allows for a lot of collaboration. And Web3, because it allows for different modes of sharing governance and sharing value, will most likely overcome some of the limitations of Web 2. It will provide for more security, for more privacy, for more interoperability, and therefore it will contribute making the internet a better place. And France, again, will be, or is already, the place to be for Web 3. Why is that? Well, first, we've got the talents. We've got some of the best engineering schools in the world, very strong math skills, physics skills, and already a lot of majors building up within our top engineering schools dedicated to Web3 and its applications. We have the talents and we have the companies. We already have global leaders in their field. I'm thinking about Ledger, I'm thinking about Solar, I'm thinking about other players at the forefront of this revolution, like the Sandbox, for instance. We have the companies and we have the regulation and the regulator. We have great regulation and great regulators. We have regulators that have understood what Web3 is about, and in particular what crypto is about. And as you know, we found in France 5 years ago the way to strike the right balance in regulation between the protection of consumers on the one hand and innovation on the other hand. Under the guidance of President Macron and with Bruno Le Maire, who is the Minister of Economics and Finance, we've set up a license and registration called PSAN, or CASPS in English, that strikes the right balance and allows for protection of investors and consumers on the one hand and innovation to thrive on the other hand. It was such a great regulation that actually Europe took its inspiration from France, and the future, or the future regulatory framework for crypto assets, which is known as MiCA, and that most of you in the room already know, is directly inspired by what we've done in France. And this is the reason why our PSAN registration and licensing has been so successful. We have already 50 players that have obtained the license, the PSAN license, and we've attracted some of the global leaders in this field. I'm thinking Binance, I'm thinking Crypto.com. So we've been successful at finding the right path for regulation for crypto assets. And there is no doubt that we will strike the right balance for other applications of the Web3, such as NFT, such as decentralized finance. Okay, so for all these reasons, because we have the talents, because we have the companies, because you have the regulators and the regulation, France is the place to be for Web3. But France is also the place to be for metaverse. And let me say something up front. We will not let anyone tell us what the metaverse should be, who the metaverse should be owned by, or what device you should use to access the metaverse. We have our own view of what the metaverse should be. It should be a space that is interoperable, that should be open, that should be immersive and persistent, of course, and that should be conscious of its environmental impact. It should be open to many different kinds of metaverse, and it should open the way for many innovations that will be very useful for our citizens in terms of how we are going to reshape industry, education, health, and of course, culture. And for metaverse, France has a lot of assets. First, it owns some of the key technological layers. I'm thinking digital twins, I'm thinking the video game industry, right? As you know, immersive space have been around for a long time now, and French major international corporations have provided for these immersive spaces for a number of usages. So it has some of the technological layers, making it a very fruitful ecosystem. It also has a cultural sort of tradition that is already engaging in the metaverse. In this very room where you're sitting this morning, Jean-Michel Jarre, our international star for electronic music, played the first ever concert in the metaverse 2 weeks ago. So you see you're in the right place to discuss the metaverse during the X Day, because we had this first ever experience of a musical metaverse 2 weeks ago in this very building, in this very room. And finally, we have the technological layers, we have a cultural scene that is already engaging. I mentioned Jean-Michel Jarre. I could also mention the NFT factory that was opened a couple of days ago in Paris. But most of all, we have a plan. President Macron committed to build a European metaverse, which is a concept as well as a commitment to build metaverse that are consistent with our European values. And last week, with the culture minister, we received a report written by very serious scholars that opens up our reflections around what should be the metaverse, how we should address regulation, how we should address acceptability of the metaverse, and how we should support the emergence of a European metaverse. So right, for Web3 as well as for metaverse, France is the place to be. But I would conclude by saying that France is also, and perhaps even more importantly, the place to be for those who want to bring together Web3 and the metaverse. As I said earlier, Web3 is going to help overcome some of the limitations of Web2. And if we want to build a metaverse that is secured, that is interoperable, and that helps address some of the big challenges ahead of us, we will be able to draw from the blockchain-enabled technologies to make it possible in the metaverse. This is the reason why, dear Benjamin, I was so impressed when you showed me last time we met some of the things that you will be unveiling in these next couple of days. And that is the reason why I believe it would make a lot of sense for Elrond to make France its base camp as Elrond ventures into the metaverse. So thank you very much to Benjamin, to the Elrond team for setting up such a nice event in Paris. Enjoy these 2 or 3 days of discussions and presentations of these very innovative solutions. And whether you intend to invest in the Web3, develop solutions in the metaverse, or even better, bring together Web3 or the metaverse, you will be most welcome in France. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. The question now is a question of delay. Blockchain allow digital uniqueness with NFTs. NFTs allow us to create a Web3, but also the metaverse. A lot of questions are now in our hands. And the most important one is few months, few years, but anyway, this revolution is coming. Please, everybody, I will ask you to make a lot of noise and welcome Benjamin Minku, the CEO of Elrond Network. Thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen, friends, and Elrond community, I am absolutely thrilled to welcome all of you here in Paris. Today will be a remarkable day. It will be memorable and revealing. It will be a day to celebrate achievements of over 4 years of efforts, a day to transform our vision and discover new horizons to embark on. At the heart of Elrond has been and always will be a relentless and continuous effort to deliver state-of-the-art technology which transforms into beautiful and absolutely meaningful products that bring a positive impact on people's lives all over the world. In this spirit of exploration during the next 2 days, we'll focus on a special quest that we have been on for the last 2 years to discover what might be the next most important breakthrough in terms of utility, in terms of adoption paths for blockchains and the Web3. To do so, we've specifically asked ourselves during the last years what may be some of the most important things that will fundamentally reshape our space, and going beyond that might bring new spillover effects to other fields and industries. The most important thing for us will always be how we, together, can position Elrond at the epicenter of change, whatever that change may be, leading the way by always venturing beyond the current known frontiers. So today, we'll set out on a journey. First, at the beginning of it all, to see how all of this started, to the extraordinarily difficult and meaningful and rewarding steps we've taken to reach the current remarkable point. Second, we'll take you on a curious voyage of search, exploration, and discovery, one that will unveil a novel and expanded vision for Elrond, for the ecosystem, for the community, and for all products that we have built. On this voyage, we will present a new perspective for the future, an evolution of the amazing products we have, and perhaps for the first time, we'll share a preview of products that we've never shared before, and that we believe will significantly and positively enrich people's lives during the years to come. Finally, we will show a glimpse of how the future might look. We'll look at this not as a final end state, but always as a new and exciting beginning. For Elrond, in some sense, it's always day one. This we've taken as a spirit that we want to embed in all our conversations, explorations, and experiments that we do for years and years to come. A special and rare moment we'll see where we unveil a new challenge we're taking with new mountains to climb and new mountains to conquer. So let's dive just in. Before Elrond was very large, and before we had so large a community in France, a large community in Romania, and all over the world, we basically started in a very, very small office. And it was all very surprising to go through the process and to take the time to remember how this process was. Always sheds or brings lessons that are useful as we make the next steps ahead. So this is how we started. And then, of course, this was a basic room that we had where the first breakthrough came to life, where for days and days with the core team, we basically ate chips, drank Coke, and then wrote math on the blackboard to essentially make sure that after the first month, we have a theoretical validation of the breakthroughs we had in mind. It was a very, very fascinating time, and one that, as we look back to, will always be a very exciting time and moment, where we explored something that was so wild and crazy for that period that it's hard to remember and think how people looked at us, how people looked even at themselves, and how few people there were with which you could have this type of discussions. But of course, one of the most important things that we've strived towards is building a team with which we can literally build rockets. And this, we've discovered, is one of the things that will enable us to afterwards do and attempt whatever challenges we might find fascinating or interesting or useful. So, of course, moving beyond that, if we take a look at what we have today, this was the first Elrond website. It's funny how it looks. It always is funny to take a look at the past and see what we've built. This is, of course, the first paper from the Elrond white paper. It's extraordinary how much effort we've put into this and how much it meant for us. Because to put all these breakthroughs together and make them work is something that is hard to be explained. Now, of course, after the paper, after the theoretical validation, we've had an attempt to build a first prototype. This broke awfully. We've had tremendous problems with, of course, investors, with friends, with all the demos. And I remember some of the colleagues, as we went through a demo, we had to basically do a sign to the colleagues to bootstrap some nodes, to put in some transactions, and sort of demonstrate that this could really work. And those were fascinating moments, and again, very instructive. But what we've discovered after the prototype is that it was never going to work, that it was interesting as a proof of concept, but we had to essentially, in a record time, rethink everything, start from scratch, write the new testnet version in a language that none of our core developers actually have written code in, and do so while attempting to build something that was not built up until that point. So you can imagine both the excitement and the challenge. It was crazy in some sense, but I do think that with that challenge, the team proved something that was unstated, and that after that point, I continued to repeat, because to start from scratch, to build something like this in so short a time frame, to not give up throughout the 100 and then 1,000 other obstacles that come in, this is and will be part of the constant path that we'll pursue. Of course, just moving forward, the surprising thing was that after we rewrote everything, with the advent of the first testnet version, we've also reached an improvement of 30x in performance from prototype to testnet. Now, this was, again, as crazy as all the other parts that I've mentioned, and it was surprising, but this is what it meant to push forward and move forward. Now, of course, a very, very remarkable step for Elrond in the path that we've pursued was the acceptance for Elrond on the Binance Launchpad. I want to emphasize two things about the Launchpad. At that point, this was the most ambitious and hardcore startup program in the world, which in a record time took you through a process that was extremely intense, to a process where you were basically ready. You had to learn a lot of things to communicate with the community, to build the stuff build the things that were not ready yet, and so forth. And I remember that one of the key people that we were discussing with was mentioning, I think 1 year or 2 years after we went through the Launchpad program, that at some point they started wondering if we were lying that we were in Romania, because it went like this. In the morning we had calls, in the afternoons we had calls, in the evening we had calls, and at 3 a.m. in the night, we also had calls. So when this started to happen on sort of a daily basis, they started wondering, are these guys really in Romania? How come they don't go to sleep and then tell us to come in the morning and have the other conversations? This is just telling you a bit about some of the efforts that have been put in by the enormous team, the very ambitious team that we have at this point and have had at that point, but then also the values that we've shared with some of the partners and community members. Now, of course, the most exciting step in any process of starting is the launch. And so the mainnet launch brought together the entire technology set that we built and put it through a stress test that was remarkable. It was the most exciting moment for Elrond and the entire ecosystem. Of course, also challenging in many ways, because to do the mainnet launch, have a conversation, and then in the meantime coordinate a set of nodes around the world to start this network, that's a bit challenging, at least a bit, I'd say. Now, moving forward beyond that, I put these photos, which are laughable now, because these were some of the, especially the first one, some of the wallets that we've had. And again, it's always useful to look at products, how they evolve, because they never, only the bad products stay the same. So this is the path of evolution. Of course, these were the two versions of Explorers that we've had. And those are, of course, suggestive of the path that we've taken. And this was the second and the third website that we've had that, again, suggested a bit of a transition in our path. Now, one of the remarkable moments for us has been the realization that even though we might have a very important and fundamental breakthrough that is extremely necessary and crucial for the ecosystem, it might not be enough. That if we really want to see large-scale global adoption, we cannot simply wait for someone to come and to solve our solution, to simplify user experience, hide this type of rocket science complexity, and then put it in a simple application that might offer these services to anyone in the world. And discovering this has been an entire process, but then building an application like this has been a different type of challenge. Again, a lot of discussions, a lot of conversations, but what I want to emphasize is the path of building an exceptional user experience and mobile application is very different from the path of building a breakthrough that requires deep math, hardcore computer science, and so forth. These are distinct sets of skills that are required, and we've been through the process of building them. Maiar has proved and paved the way to a lot of adoption that has come, and we've learned a lot of lessons, and I think we'll cover some lessons even today, a bit later. But moving beyond that, of course, the DeFi wallet was another important milestone, and we've discovered with this that users, especially in the DeFi space, really needed a simpler version of wallet with which they can interact, through which they can much more easily do the things that they really want to do in the DeFi space. Now, of course, the Maiar DEX has been a tremendous milestone for us. And we've put a lot of effort into the Maiar DEX, and I think you'll get quite excited to hear that today we'll cover a really interesting upgrade in the Maiar DEX a bit later. Another important milestone has been the Maiar Launchpad. And in the Mara Launchpad, we've tried to take some of the most remarkable teams with impactful technologies that build on top of the Elrond blockchain and the Elrond technology and bring new applications and use cases to large audiences that we believe will have some significant impact in the world. We've had already some projects, a lot more startups are coming, but then if we look at the progress we've made, the last thing we've launched very, very recently was Inspire Art. And here we've seen tremendous excitement, and I'm also very excited to say that we'll have some very, very cool updates on this part as well. Now, what I want us to focus on is just remembering this type of path, remembering that each of the steps has been challenging, but has opened up a completely new set of opportunities for us. It has opened up a completely new set of opportunities for the community, for the partners, and this, we believe, will happen with the next steps that we're proposing as well. So, as we move forward, I think the most important part is that we've essentially put Elrond in a position that is absolutely exceptional. That after these 4 years, we've now not only built a community, not only built a technology, but then we've essentially opened up the path to a much larger scope and scale, to a much larger evolution of what we're trying to build. So, of course, we've started with this vision of creating a new type of financial system, one that is inexpensive, that is instant, that is transparent, and that is open and accessible worldwide. And this we've tried to do with Elrond. But then, in addition to this, what we've discovered is that it is extremely, extremely important to take a step back and always look at the things that we're preparing. Now, one thing to understand is that with every new technology and with every new tool that is being built, there are, in fact, two types of creation moments that are happening. One is a thought experiment, and another one is the building exercise. All of this open up the path to the evolution that we're preparing. Now, the most important thing that we want to unveil today is this type of insight and journey that we've taken during the last period. And as we've taken it, we've reached some very, very important conclusions. In fact, 4 years ago, we've introduced to the world this type of breakthrough. And then more after 2 years, we've essentially put the network live, we've essentially bootstrapped the nodes, and have come to a point where all of this is live. Now, fast forward another 2 years, and we are now with the ecosystem ready, with the scalable technology ready, to unveil the next step, the next evolution in what we've been preparing. To do so, I'll start on this new journey and new path that we're exploring. And the most important idea from which we'll start is that while there's a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion about the metaverse, I believe that most of it is at best incomplete or not getting close to what's really needed for us to understand what the metaverse really means and what this is about. This is one of the first and simplest insights that we've come through. and that I believe will bring us a lot closer to what we're trying to do. Now, this being said, I think the next important conversation is essentially about the idea that a true metaverse is essentially a technology with epochal impact that could fundamentally reshape many aspects of society as we know it today. And that if we understand it, we're coming to a point where this entire path opens up a completely new set of opportunities. So what is the metaverse then? What are some of the useful ways of looking at it? Well, a new and perhaps simple way is to look at the metaverse as a new type of communication that is more precise, more expressive, and more evocative. Sort of like a new type of language that opens a new medium that will be explored. Perhaps an even better metaphor that tells us a bit more about some other aspects of this technology is looking at the metaverse as a new type of city. A city that is our digital frontier, a frontier for the digital world, which might facilitate all the most important interactions, whether it's social, whether it's exploration, whether it's learning or entertainment. The metaverse can be seen as a digital frontier of exploration in a completely new way. Now, a different path is looking at a metaverse as an evolution of the internet. Of course, we can look at this in several ways, but the whole point is this will be a visual embodiment of what we have on the internet, whether it's a network of networks that are interoperable, that are interconnected, that are open and accessible. This will not only leverage this part, but essentially it will open up a path where this entire technology stack will leverage the entire human knowledge that we've now encompassed around the internet. Now, of course, perhaps the simplest way to look at the metaverse is as a sort of renaissance of imagination. Because in some way, just with different words, we've looked at new worlds, at new ideas, and at new paths our entire lives. It's just that we call each of them with different names, and by looking at them in this new way of a kind of new dawn for imagination, I think this will free us up to look at the next steps that we believe are important as we take a much more deeper look from a more pragmatic and technological standpoint. So the most important part in our conversation is, of course, the metaverse might be fascinating. It might be interesting. It might open new paths. Why now? Why have this conversation now? And why is this all relevant to Elrond? And here, I'd say that there are essentially a few ways of approaching the problem and look at it. First, of course, the most important part is timing. Timing is essentially everything. Timing is the one thing that essentially defines which of the technologies die, which of the technologies survive. And what I would say is that at this point, we're at the very best moment to take a closer look at this technology, to try to understand it, and to essentially look beyond the hype and understand that this will be a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, that this will, in fact, open tremendous opportunities, not only for entertainment, but for learning and social interaction, and a lot of other exploration, meaning, fulfillment, value creation. All these things, I believe, are extremely, extremely important. Now, the most important part is that essentially we're now not even 1% of what the metaverse will become, and this is the most exciting part. Looking at it and seeing where we are means that we're at the right point to explore the stage. Now, the second most important point that is very relevant to us is that without a blockchain, the metaverse cannot exist. And I will stop here and repeat this again. The most important thing that sort of almost no one has understood to its deepest meaning is that everything we have with games, everything we have and have explored through these different applications is not a metaverse. With a blockchain, you have the necessary persistence, the necessary premises to essentially define what can become a new world. A new world for many, a new world for interaction. And this is why Elrond is interestingly and surprisingly positioned at the very epicenter of this revolution. Now, a very fascinating way to look at things is by looking at crypto and understanding it in context. Crypto has been this thread for more than 10 years now. Web3 has been this new theme that we've taken blockchains and put to important use cases. Now, the metaverse seems to emerge, and there will be many, many paths to explore and many fascinating things to build. But the most important part is that if you look at this idea and you take it to its natural conclusion, blockchains are the very foundation of what the metaverse really is. Now, the most important challenge that we'll discuss over and over again is where are the users? Of course, we understand the opportunity. The opportunity might be large. The question is, of course, on the one hand, timing, and then on the other hand, where are the users? And to this, we'll very openly state the following trap. Namely, most people believe that the technology will unfold much too fast. We see some exciting technologies, such as AR, VR, XR, and so forth. The only challenge with those is that they will not happen overnight, and that at the end of the day, the metaverse cannot wait for these technologies to come. So then the question for us, and the question for anyone building within the metaverse space, is where are the users? If they're not here now, if there is no market yet, how can we create a market? How can we open up perhaps a portal to the metaverse so that people from all over the world, wherever they may be, can explore this opportunity, can look at it, and start playing with it? Building a portal is, of course, crucial. And on that, having a necessary or sufficient number of users that play within these worlds, that explore these worlds, that build within these worlds, is extremely important. The most important part is, in fact, that you need a certain threshold of users, of people, interacting to create value and to create meaning. Given enough people, once you cross a threshold of, say, 1,000 or, say, 100, 500, you can immediately see how any world essentially can become tremendously valuable and can become tremendously meaningful. Now, perhaps a much, much better way of looking at things is not only in context with crypto, Web3, and the metaverse, but essentially taking the metaverse, putting it in context and understanding that it's incomparable to what we have in the observable universe. But then the question will always be, is there something larger? is there something more fundamental than the metaverse? And to this question, I think the answer is very simple. It's, of course, reality is, at least for now, much more fundamental, much more relevant. And then the universe, at least for now, is fundamentally incomparably larger than the metaverse. But the important part is, do we have a much better way of expressing things where there is no tension between the metaverse and the universe, where we see both worlds, can look at them, can expand and transform both of them, but there is no necessary conflict where one of them is abandoned and the other one takes over. So this idea, we of course call the multiverse, and we believe it's the path forward as we move and explore this new vision that we're preparing. Now, I'm telling you all this because after a very long time, after all this progress, after all these steps, we're now ready to unveil a new and exciting vision for Elrond. One that will transform everything we've built, position it in a completely new light, and open up a completely new space for exploration. So with this, I'll invite you to watch a very short video. One second. Any moment now. Can the video be played? So I'll just ask my colleagues to maybe just play the video. The right one this time would be super appreciated. It will probably take a second with all the slides coming in, but I'm convinced it has to be somewhere.
Every single bit of life, everything we've ever known, and everyone we've ever met, all started from a single point. A speck, a flicker, a single cell of life. But what is life, if but a brief, stubborn wonder? A dim light, a spark at times, pointing to an ever larger scope and scale, about to expand to a new world, one founded and sustained by the bursting force of imagination. This world we now call the metaverse. Could we at once capture the essence of a universe encompassing the entire observable cosmos, but also the metaverse encompassing myriad digital realms, rearranging them with one word, not as opposites or replacements, but as a harmonious, expanding, complementary whole. We believe we can and must. This we call the multiverse. It is said, in the beginning, there was a word of such strength and vigor that it could sharply set a rare creation moment in motion. The beginning of a vast world of worlds. The opening of a portal between worlds and the forging of the very fabric securing it all. This is our new challenge, our new vision, our expansion and transformation. This new dawn we call Multiverse X.
It has taken us a long time to reach some of these conclusions and to think really deeply about them. But we are tremendously excited to announce that starting with today, Elrond essentially transforms and expands to Multiverse X. Now, with this new vision, our entire set of products is essentially imbued with an expanding meaning and value. A new constellation of products will be enabled. The key idea that we'll repeat over and over again is that we're trying to enable people, brands, organizations, companies, and countries to build new apps, new economies, and new worlds, and scale them across the multiverse. As I've mentioned before, the metaverse cannot exist unless it is built on a high-performance blockchain infrastructure, one that can scale, that has negligible costs, and that is carbon negative. It's great we've built one, just like that, a long time ago. Now, let's take a closer look through this new perspective at everything we have built so far, how these pieces fit together, and how together they create an unparalleled, extraordinarily resourceful ecosystem for both the physical world and building applications within the physical world and applications within the metaverse space. So with this, I'll invite my colleague, Adrian, to go through the process.
Thank you, Benjamin. Hi, everyone. My name is Adrian Dobrița, and I am Elrond's head of engineering. One of my core roles is architecting the Elrond protocol. This is a set of rules that internet computers, also known as validators and observers, agree to follow, forming thus the Elrond network. We have been developing this since 2018, with a mission of creating a highly performant, high-throughput blockchain network that can operate at internet scale. Clicker, sorry. Thank you. Okay. The Elrond protocol went live in July 2020, and it started as a 1,000 times improvement in terms of performance and efficiency over the existing blockchains at the time. Our lead was impressive, and our opportunities ahead even more so. So we kept doing what we did best, building, innovating, improving. Today, thanks to improvements done to the Elrond protocol, the network is capable of twice as much throughput. This is mainly due to features such as scheduled transactions and partial mini-block execution, which brought a huge improvement to our throughput. So the scheduled transactions is a feature that we've activated this year, and it increases a lot the throughput of the network by doubling the gas per block, and doing so at a very minimum cost to the consensus. We were able to do this by using the validator's idle time for extra processing. The partial mini-block execution improves the rate at which we fill the blocks with transactions by changing the constraints we've added on the cross-shard operations from a mini-block, which is a set of transactions, to the transaction. I've inserted here a graph. I won't go into details. If you're curious, you can take a picture and we can discuss it afterwards. So basically, this is how the partial mini-block execution goes. In addition to being more performant, the network has also become much more efficient. At the core of this improvement sits a core network component, the heartbeat. This is responsible for passing along information between validators and about validators and observers and their status, and essentially being a very important component for the liveness of the network and also a core component of our network sharding mechanism. The heartbeat redesign brings a substantial decrease of CPU usage and bandwidth for all the nodes in the network, and this enables the entire network to perform much better using the same underlying systems. And I've put here a graph. This is the level of improvement brought by this redesign, and this is for all the nodes in the network. So this is average improvement. Now to the next. Faster processing. Now going further, the Elrond network is a vast ecosystem of users, smart contracts, and records of trust. We now have more than 2 million accounts in the network. It has processed so far more than 60 million transactions and over 300 million smart contract operations. This all resulted in significantly larger state. This state is the collective data describing the accounts, their balances, the smart contracts, and their data. And this one gets increasingly larger as we get more users, we get more smart contracts deployed on the network, and as the interactions between these users and the smart contracts increases. And it's becoming increasingly challenging to maintain the access time as minimum as possible, and also to make it the synchronization of this state, which is required for new nodes, to be as fast as possible. We tackled this by redesigning the state sync component and adding also a snapshotting functionality to ease the epoch transitions, which has proven to be one of the pain points. In addition to this, we are right now testing a multi-key node solution. I'm sure this one is interesting for all the validators. This one will completely remove the need to do the state sync for the validators already running in the system. And we'll continue also with more improvements on this area, state optimizations, cleanup measures, which will result in empty accounts cleanup, and the possibility to archive and restore unused state. We are also working towards transitioning to Verkle trees, and we're already working on improving the access time to the disk. And here there's also some measurements of the level of improvement we've achieved in the tree sync. Each of these improvements were achieved thanks to careful design and implementation, and also diligent internal and community testing. We now have automated testing for functional testing for most of the built-in functions, and also for the staking and the delegation contracts. As well as we are now able to replicate the mainnet state in a shadow fork testnet in order to test all the updates and upgrades and fixes to the mainnet before actually deploying this to the mainnet. The testing part is especially important for rolling out updates that not only advance this functionality, but also preserve the security and stability of the network. The increase in the rate of testing, or the speed of testing, translates into the increase of the iterations on the new features, and enables us to iterate faster towards other enhancements, such as pushing towards 50,000 transactions per second in the current mainnet setup. So continuous protocol optimizations through features such as the scheduled transactions have given us some insights into how we can improve the network even further. In the current configuration, a new block is created every round, so around 6 seconds, and half of this time we can use for transactions execution. But we can increase this even further, up to 80%, allowing for even more processing. The next area we are exploring is increasing the number of validators in the shards. As you know, right now we have 63 on the shards, but we plan to increase this to 400, as we already have in the meta chain. We would essentially use the same model, which gives us some interesting benefits, such as instant finality for the intra-shard transactions, overall faster transaction execution for cross-shard operations, and also improved network security and resilience. We are also working towards a scenario where the round time, which is 6 seconds, can be further decreased, so we can improve even further the transaction processing. Now, these are possible due to other improvements we've done and we're still working on for the consensus and the execution model, in the way the votes in the consensus are being aggregated, and which previously took a lot of time. And now we've managed to reduce this to a constant time. And I'm sure a lot of you will appreciate this next one, Guardians for Accounts. Users will soon have a new tool at their disposal to further secure their accounts. This is similar to how two-factor authentication methods work. How will this work is that any transaction originating from a guarded account will be able to have a co-signer, which would be probably one of these services. It will carry, together with the user's signature, also this third-party signature, and it will be useful, for example, for people who had their keys leaked. For this, to make this usable for critical time applications, we are working on a service that we want to open source, which will be able to act as co-signer. Now, in order to meet other specific needs for various blockchain use cases, we will also develop a light client and add support for its requests and data responses on the existing node implementation. This will be useful in a number of scenarios, such as payments, message transfers, where reducing the full client to its minimum set of required functionality will provide an efficiency advantage. We are also planning of adding support for zero-knowledge cryptographic primitives in our crypto library, which if used, for example, with the light client, will be able to create bridges between chains using zero-knowledge proofs. Yeah, and I saved the best for last, an advanced scaling method for products looking to supercharge their execution component. We are working to make available an SDK on which you could deploy the Elrond protocol in an independent chain. This will be separate from the Elrond mainnet, but natively interoperable with it. Such setups will be the perfect execution environments for high-performance DeFi applications, for metaverse applications, and other large-scale blockchain implementations, which might need a dedicated environment. I'm sure that was a lot for you to take in, and I barely scratched the surface. If anything, the key takeaway should be the following. The Elrond protocol started as a 1,000 times improvement over the blockchains at the time. It did a 2x in the meantime. It will do another 2x soon, while increasing efficiency and decreasing the footprint, and also allowing for groundbreaking innovations. And we're just getting started. Yeah, thank you. I would like to invite now Robert, my colleague from the VM, to tell you about all the impressive stuff happening there as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. My name is Robert, and I lead the smart contract development team with the virtual machine as well. There is so much happening at the consensus and protocol level, constant innovation and building. The execution layer must, of course, keep up with all of this. Evolving the world's economy through decentralization, we require a smart contract platform to execute complex operations with low latency and to be able to continue doing so throughout imminent periods of exponential growth. This was the design goal of the Elrond's architecture, to create a dependable execution environment whose speed and cost remain constant under heavy load, which is able to scale with demand and integrate new components with ease. At the heart of the execution layer sits the Elrond virtual machine. It is based on WebAssembly, an open source portable binary code format that matches CPU architectures. The VM uses a heavily modified and optimized Wasmer engine and a single-pass compiler. We have also added a set of protections to keep execution safe at all times. It is executed in a sandbox environment using different threads to the main protocol process, protects against panics, just-in-time compiling bombs, memory corruption, and more. Gas usage is directly compiled into the actual contract, every operation having a clearly defined value. We have also optimized how imports and APIs are handled. Execution is stateless. Intermediate results are written to a local cache, only final updates being written to the blockchain, and only after successful execution. Even memory management was brought out of WASM directly to Go. Thanks to our design choices and implementation, the Elrond VM is measurably one of, perhaps, the fastest virtual machine in the space. But that does not mean we have to stop looking for potential to do better. Quite the opposite. One of the improvements since the mainnet we have done is the ahead-of-time compilation, a mechanism that keeps the compiled contracts as serialized objects. This drastically reduced the time used by smart contract execution, as 95% of the time was wasted on contract compilation. This made an average improvement of 10x. And we are already testing the next major improvement here, the warm instances, which keeps a clean version of compiled contracts as executable objects. No more time wasted on deserialization. This alone will bring another 5x improvement in the execution times. Soon we will move towards WASMR 2.2, which brings a series of improvements with a single post compiler, therefore making execution even better. Right now, we have more than 3,600 swaps per second, pure VM performance with the ESDT using the next generation Meyer exchange contracts. You will see composable mentioned here, and we will immediately think about the composability in a sharded architecture challenge, which we did solve, by the way. In this context, however, we want to illustrate the importance of design decisions to build the Elrond network out of modular components that are easy to integrate and reuse. Our decision to use WASM for VM is a great example. WebAssembly is fast, efficient, standardized, and easy for any developer to work with. And very importantly, every new module library designed for WASM can be picked up and integrated as is. A great example of benefits of our composable architectures are our continuously improving cryptographic APIs. They use outdated libraries for BLS, Schnorr, Edwards, or all the elliptic curve mathematics, which can be executed in the native speed, as fast and efficient as possible, open to be used by any smart contract developer. Other blockchains use dedicated smart contracts to address this issue, meaning the results are slower and much more expensive. We are already working on integrating the newest libraries regarding threshold signatures as zero-knowledge proofs as well. So composability in a sharded architecture deals with the challenges for dApps to retain the ability to work together, even when deployed across multiple shards. Elrond addresses the composability issue problem via asynchronous calls and the ESDT token standard. Smart contracts call one another via the async call API, and the protocol resolves calling back the initial smart contract on the defined callback function with the accumulated results and token transfers. All this is possible because of a well-defined process run by every single node, through which we create unsigned transactions. Now we take the next step, and after almost 2 years of work, we are close to release the asynchronous calls version 2.0, which includes the concepts of time locks and promises. In V1, only one async call was allowed, and we could not resolve multiple changed asyncs. However, in V2, all this is possible. The developer can call multiple contracts, define multiple callbacks, and even have a closure when all of this is finished. All of this is implemented in the VM and the protocol level, so the developer do not have to worry about anything. Callbacks are always called, promises are always kept, and time locks will always be met. Accounts on other blockchains only have an address, a balance, and a nonce to keep track of its transactions. We saw an opportunity early on to augment accounts with additional pieces of information which are essential and to enriching the identity and opening up a new host of use cases. This is why we introduced the smart accounts. They are accounts with added key value storage and a set of built-in functions which enable certain information to be written directly to the account. Hero tags are an example of such information, immediately adding another dimension to what was previously just a string of gibberish. You can think about any kinds of information, like your public email address you want to share, or a cryptographic hash to verify the ownership of data, the document attesting ownership of something, medical records, citizenships, and so on. The next is the Elrond ESDT token standard, which is completely different from other chains. It is implemented directly into the protocol. One important implication is that token issued on the network does not need its own smart contract, which greatly reduces its storage footprint and cost and resolves the DeFi composability problem. Perhaps even more importantly, every token, fungible, semi-fungible, non-fungible, is working on the audited built-in functions running at the protocol level. All tokens being first-class citizens, they are embedded directly into the protocol. This means that issuing a token does not require security audit of the token, nor does it require expensive developer resources to create or maintain. With this massive barrier removed, anyone can create their own coin or NFT collection and start experimenting with Web3. Integration is done in all levels: Explorer, Wallet, Maya, Light clients, you name it. ESDTs are for Web3 what launching your own website or launching your own app were in the early internet years, a catalyst for innovation and opportunity. Coming back to a bit more technical things, I want to highlight an important implication of having tokens built into the protocol level. Token transfer transactions do not require the VM to be processed. Instead, tokens transfers are done via regular transaction. You only add the token ID and the amount to be transferred into the data field. This increases the transfer speed, reduces the gas requirements. As no smart contract is involved transferring the tokens, the Elrond network can process up to 15,000 tokens transfers per second. Computing everything involved: gas, consensus, peer-to-peer block propagation. The implication for payments as similar transactions are hard to overstate. The combination of a protocol-embedded token standard and smart accounts give birth to unique opportunities. On Elrond, tokens that an account owns are etched into the account itself, marking a fundamental difference of ownership on Web3. Smart accounts actually own the tokens, whereas simple accounts on other chains have their tokens assigned in third-party smart contract. That's a bit like having your money in your pocket versus in a third-party deposit box. The legal, economical, and psychological implications of true ownership are critical for the upcoming Web3 transformation. When implemented in a high-throughput, low-latency, inexpensive blockchain, it will be a powerful catalyst for adoption, even in areas previously not thought possible to decentralize. Next, I want to highlight some subtle yet equally important options that arise of the ESDT standard and the way it interacts with smart contracts. By default, the Elrond smart contracts are non-payable, meaning simple token transfers will fail, and this will save a lot of time and money. A smart contract can have its functions triggered by ESDT, token transfers, by additional information on the data field. There are other great features of ESDTs, like built-in royalties for NFTs, handled by a simple API, or local roles, another important innovation. For a given token ID, the token manager can define multiple local roles for multiple addresses. We use this, for example, in Maya Dex to give different smart contracts permissions to mint and burn, locked, max, or max, depending on user interaction. You might, example, allow a multi-signature contract to update your own NFT collection. Last year, while developing the Maya exchange, we saw an urgent need to enable transfers of multiple tokens from a single transaction. On other blockchains, adding liquidity needs at least 3 transactions. By implementing the multi-transfer capability, we can do that with only one. As multi-transfer works with all kinds of combinations of tokens, it opens up an abundant potential of use cases in DeFi attestation. We have other goodies as well, like transfer role, where one can limit to which addresses a token can be transferred. So you could make a token that is only tradable on a set of specific exchanges, or an NFT that can only be traded on a set of specific marketplaces. If you want it, this has even deeper implications for automatically adhering to regulatory requirements, something that perhaps only DeFi products will be able to do. Anchoring the unlimited potential of the limitless metaverse possibilities of the multiverse itself into the fabric of reality can only be done by a decentralized network that is safe, secure, and above all, scalable. So, I will leave you with these key facts about the Elrond network execution environment. Smart contracts, fast, small, composable, upgradable, and 30% royalties for developers. Smart accounts, Web3 ID building blocks, associated data tree, key value storage, built-in functions. Tokens, fast Web3 payments, true ownership, royalties for NFTs, boundless creativity. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for the presentation. Hello, everyone. Bienvenue à tous. Hello, my name is Andrei Marinica. I'm core developer at Elrond, and I busy myself every day with such things as programming frameworks, SDKs, verification, testing methodologies, tools, and so on. And my declared goal is to make interactions between humans and machines seamless, right? And as you may know, machines don't always do what we want them to do, but they do what they tell them to do. So today I want to talk to you about language, right? Now, why language? The internet is about communication, right? And the blockchain is a layer of trust built over the internet. So it only makes sense that we cannot make good use of it unless we have a very trustworthy language to work with it. And you see, what does it mean to have a good language in Web3? I did think about this a lot, and I think languages need to have a lot of qualities, and today I've chosen to talk about 5 of them. And these are like this. Clarity, right? Efficiency, precision, composability, and power. So let's go, shall we? What does clarity mean? Clarity means that something is transparent, that something is comprehensible. On a blockchain, this begins with a good explorer, right? These explorers, they are the future search engines of the future internet. And there's not one, there's many. There's probably people in this room who are building explorers right now. And I must tell you, you are building the gold of the future. Now, clarity is also about data. The internet is full of data, also so are blockchains. And so, you see, we had to decide on a very good format. And we made a format that is very fast, very compact, but also very importantly, is very easy to read for everyone, even with the most basic tooling, or even with no tooling at all. Let's talk about smart contracts, shall we? What does it mean for a smart contract to be clear? It means that a lot of people, ideally everybody, can understand what a smart contract does very well. And this starts with syntax. Now, our programming language of choice for smart contracts is Rust, for many reasons. I won't go into them. But don't be fooled by that, because we've built a language on top of a language, or maybe many languages on top of a language. And we've done this because we want to have our programming be very accessible to anyone, to be palatable to developers of all backgrounds. So we don't want them to have to learn a lot to start coding. And this takes me to the next point. Clarity is also expressing your ideas right away. What does right away mean? Like minutes away. And for this reason, we've built the Elrond Playground. The Elrond Playground is a web application where you can go and you can start coding your first smart contract within minutes. Now, of course, if you want a little bit more than that, and of course, we have the Elrond IDE, which you can install on your local machine, and you can have a fully set up development environment within minutes. This IDE, it does everything you might want. It does building contracts, deploying contracts, testing them, debugging them. You can even spin your own local testnet on your local machine. Now, I have a very important idea that I want to convey to you, and all good programmers know this. Good language is never about the how, it is about the what. It is never about technical details, it is about great ideas being conveyed. And we really, really care a lot about this idea, and we've taken it to its natural extreme. We've made contracts only contain the absolute necessary to run, right? So a smart contract should contain business logic, interactions, and decisions. Everything else is deferred to the VM, to the environment, right? Like memory, arithmetic, cryptography, all that is done in the VM. So the smart contract has to care about one thing and one thing only. And this has very interesting effects because smart contracts are so small, you can even read them in assembly, which is amazing. And this leads me naturally to the next point, because smart contracts are also fast. And these VM operations, because we've worked so hard on them and we've audited them so well, they're also very fast. They're very well optimized. And this leads me to talk about efficiency, right? Good language is supposed to be efficient. Now, what does efficiency mean in language? In language, it means that you can convey your ideas very well. In smart contracts, it means they can be run by 1 billion users. And this is important because we really, really are building for the next 1 billion users. Let me give you an example. What does it mean? Let's think. What does it mean to have 1 billion users on a smart contract platform? It means at least 1 billion storage accounts. It means hundreds of billions of transactions. So you see, every byte matters. Every little optimization that you do, it adds up. It builds up to a massive scale. And for this reason, we care a lot about our contracts being small and very precise. We have contracts as small as 500 bytes, which is amazing. We have a lot of contracts that we started 2 years ago, and that in 2 years we've reduced to half their size. All of the new contracts, they rarely exceed like 30 kilobytes, and even though they're very complex and they do a lot of things. And this is also important because we want speed, right? Our contracts run at native speed, there's no runtime overhead, and this allows us to achieve thousands of transactions per second. Now, I did talk about the fast arithmetic, the fast cryptography, and the fast token operation that we have on the VM. But there's something more, right? They're also very safe, because we've tested them very well. They've been used in dozens and dozens of contracts. So we've never, ever had an overflow problem on Elrond. We've never had memory issues on Elrond. Reentrancy attacks or double spans are unheard of on Elrond because of these operations that we've built. And this leads me naturally to talk about precision, right? What does it mean for a language to be precise? It means that ideas must come across exactly as intended, right? For programmers, it's easy. Like, we want no bugs, no vulnerabilities, no exploits. And for this reason, every serious project has to come jam-packed with unit tests, and we offer great support for that. We also want integration tests, and for this, we have something called the Mandos framework. It's basically a transaction simulator, but it also comes packed with a debugger. It also comes packed with the ability to generate tests, and so on. Then you have the public DevNet, you have the public testnet, you have local testnet that you can run on your local machines, and then you can run various scripts to deploy your contract, to test your contract, and you can write them in anything you want, like Python, TypeScript, and so on, Rust. There's many more to come. Programmer's best friend, we have a very, very good debugger. And even more important than that, the greatest form of precision comes from the mathematicians, from mathematics. So there is work done underway there to build a K-framework model of the VM. At least one of our contracts was formally modeled and verified using K-framework. That was the multisig. And we have several components that we have modeled in TLA Plus and also verified. Another thing, a bit more casual thing, we have deterministic builds, so you always know that the sources for the contract that you're using are the sources you think are supposed to be. And if you want to zoom out, we have modules which are verified. So say you don't want to start a contract from scratch, you can just get some modules, put them together, and get going from there. And this, naturally, again, leads me to talk about composability, right? Because good language is about composability, too. You want your builders to mix, merge, match, and so on. So these modules, they're the first example of that. We also have a thing called storage mappers, which is just a very handy way to organize your storage, and they're very popular with our developers. Now, contracts do not live in a vacuum, right? They have to call one another all the time. And the process of doing that is technically quite complex, but luckily we've built syntax so that developers have no trouble with that, so they can call contracts as if they were functions in the same program. We have sharding, right? Cross-shard calls are even more complex than that. But again, our syntax is very simple. And I must add, we also add seamless integration with token transfers. Right, and when you have a system like this, a system that contains many contracts that communicate with one another, and you zoom out, what do you see? You see a flurry of activity, of transactions going back and forth between these contracts. And if you stop for a moment, you realize it starts looking like a living organism. It starts looking like neurons firing in a brain. And you pause for a moment and you realize this is immense power, right? Language is power. It's the power to build, to foster growth, to empower users. And this power is very important to us. And the best example and the best argument that I have in favor of that are the great products that we've built on top of it. And going into them, I want you to remember, these are products that have been working from day one seamlessly. They have reached very many users. They are the building blocks of the multiverse, and also they are the starting point for a new generation of builders to start building on them and start adapting them. Right, so without further ado, we have the Mardex with a lot of contracts built into it by this amazing team, like the farms, the LPs, and so on. We have meta bonding contract. We have a price discovery contract, very important for launches. We have, of course, the launchpad, which is, again, used by so many users. We have a bridge. We have bridges to all these other blockchains. Then we have a very powerful NFT minter. We have a very powerful NFT marketplace that we've built. The multisig and the governance, they are the building blocks of DAOs, right, of organizations. This will be so big in the future. We have oracles that are functioning right now on the testnet. And we have the DNS, which handles your hero tags, right? Also the attestation and the old delegation. This is just to name a few, many more being built, and I can't wait soon to bring them to you. I couldn't end this without talking about our SDKs. SDKs are a way for other projects to integrate with our blockchain. And we're very proud to announce that we've built SDKs in so many languages because we want programmers of all backgrounds, and we want projects of all backgrounds to be able to come and interact with us. Which, in a way, if you think of it, leads me back full circle to clarity, right? Because what is clarity if not helping people communicate and interact in any language they want, on any tech stack that they want, right? And to end, I want to talk to you a little bit about growth and about how a project starts from an idea and how it develops, how it sprouts into full bloom. It usually starts with somebody who has an idea. Then they build a smart contract or a small ensemble of smart contracts. Then from that, they construct some services. From that, on top of that, they build a dApp, maybe some nice user interface, and then they start integrating with Maya. They start integrating with explorers. And the beauty is we offer tooling for all of that. We want to be here to foster this growth from one point, from one idea, into a full bloom, right? So this is the one idea that I want you to that I want to leave you with, which is we are trying to help people build. Every day we're toiling to help people build as much as possible, to express themselves as well as possible, and to build a full suite so that everybody can become fully integrated and fully active on the blockchain, right? So without further ado, now it's your turn. It's time to build. Thank you very much. Next one will be Konstantin talking to you about front end. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. How exciting to meet everyone in person here in Paris. I'm Constantine, by the way, and I lead the web services team here at Elrond. We had the chance today to see new innovations and extraordinary performance and developer experience improvements at every level. The protocol itself, the VM, and the smart contracts. What would all this improvement and scalability even mean, however, if it weren't available for end users to access through simple and intuitive user interfaces? The UI UX side of things. That's what we're going to talk today about. I'm now going to present the most recent updates from the team working on the foundational web apps that enable the ever-growing number of users, both experienced and novices alike, to participate in the Elrond economy. But before speaking about the specific apps, I will take a couple of minutes to bring into the spotlight the main building block for most of this, the dApp Core. The dApp Core is the starter kit for developers looking to build apps on Elrond. It has built-in authentication and transaction signing, as well as pre-configured APIs, so the developers can skip the boilerplate work and jump directly into building the unique business logic and the features of their apps. The new version of the front-end library, the 2.0, released just over 3 months ago, is a complete refactor that features a modular approach. Besides improving the developer experience, the new architecture has allowed for new, purpose-specific submodules to be developed. dApp Core Swap, an embeddable MAR exchange swap solution, and dApp Core NFT, a starting point for NFT projects, along other things, are just a few of these examples. Using their respective backend services, these modules enable developers to kickstart the dApps they're working on. Other such specific modules will follow for sure, so keep posted. Another important improvement brought into the dApp Core is the new Maya login. Based on the just released Wallet Connect 2.0, this brings hugely increases in stability and reliability of the Maya app and dApps connection, both when using a desktop browser as well as using a mobile device. dApp Core is therefore the fundamental front-end building block used in almost every important app in the ecosystem, both internally here at Elrond and externally in the community. Coming back to the apps. The web wallet, alongside the blockchain explorer, are the first 2 foundational front-ends ever developed at Elrond. A new web wallet rewritten from scratch using dApp Core is going to be released soon. The new web wallet aims to elegantly complement the Maya app, and besides fulfilling the essential wallet functions, focuses on the smart contract and token interactions. NFTs are also a central feature of the new wallet, because isn't it? Everybody loves their NFTs. Once the release of the new wallet is complete, we will focus on the new security feature that was already mentioned, and you will probably hear mentioned a few times during these days, the 2FA. As many of you know already, there are in fact not 1, but 2 browser web wallets here at Elrond that we're developing. We call the second wallet the Maya DeFi wallet, and is a browser extension for both Chrome and Firefox. Once the new web wallet will be released, we will switch our focus to also updating and releasing a new version of the extensions too. This new version will also be based on dApp Core. As I mentioned earlier, there are 2 foundational apps at Elrond that we built in the first day. First one was the web wallet, and the second one is the Explorer. The Elrond Explorer is the window to everything happening on the Elrond blockchain, available at everyone's fingertips. Day after day, my colleagues are working together with the APIs team to help shed light on the complexities involved in making systems like Maya DEX, NFTs, staking interactions, and everything, and how they work. Important recent developments on the exchange include account balance history and charts, interpretation of token transaction, operation, and smart contract actions, visibility into the staking at every account, account labeling, again, just to name a few. Soon, we will also have the hero tags available on the Elrond Explorer, but don't worry, we will take the privacy settings into account. I want to end with the same note as my colleague Andre, with the growth. I will take a minute to speak about this very tiny but strategic project, which is the growth dashboard. It's come time to come and visit this again. We will soon release a new version of this dashboard, which offers a bird's eye view into the most important KPIs and metrics of the blockchain. This was it from me. I'm really excited to meet you all, and we are all really excited to see what you guys will build next. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Really, really happy to be here. And really, really excited to tell you more about our existing foundational applications, like the Launchpad, NFTs, DEX, and the Bridge. And let me start with the Launchpad. First of all, I want to mention that Launchpad will become actually X Launchpad pretty soon. Maybe zooming out a little bit, I want to reiterate the main goal for the Launchpad and our vision. And basically, the idea is we are backing up determined teams, solving hard problems with global impact. Ideas originating anywhere in the world can now be supported by anyone through blockchain technology. Hardcore teams can build amazing products via decentralized funding and tap into our expanding ecosystem and into our global and passionate community. Since we launched my Launchpad, now X Launchpad, 1 year ago, we've seen more than 1,500 teams applying to be part of the Launchpad. 4 of them were selected until now. You probably already know them. It's Holoride, Ethereum, Cantina Royale, and AshSwap. Let's talk a little bit about numbers. So until now, all those Launchpad projects raised more than $10 million from around more than 100,000 unique participants. And basically, for all these projects, more than $100 million were committed. And the reason for this is that basically all those projects were oversubscribed, some of them even up to 15 times. For example, AshSwap, the latest Launchpad that finished their round last week, they managed to sell more than 330,000 lottery tickets or Launchpad tickets, and this means that more than 300,000 e-gold were committed. That's the equivalent of around $17 million for a round of $2.8 million. It's like 6 times subscribed, and this is remarkable considering the market context. Next, I want to talk a little bit what will come to the Launchpad, and maybe the first thing I want to mention is more Launchpad platforms. Some of you heard probably of Be Hero, one of the first Launchpad platforms from our community. Thank you. The idea is there are so many great projects building on Elrond, and we feel like we cannot support all of those. So we are encouraging other actors, players in the Elrond ecosystem to build their own Launchpad platforms. Of course, each
Launchpad platform like this will come with its own process in terms of KYC, requirements, due diligence. Moving forward, let's talk a little bit about KYC. And first thing I want to mention is that we hear you. We know that for many of you, the KYC process was a little bit challenging. And maybe one thing here to add is that, first of all, KYC process is required due to regulations. Secondly, the KYC process in general, not just for us, but for all the services and products out there, it's challenging. But we are actively looking into optimizing it and improving it. Talking about maybe one of the most requested feature from LockMax holders. Are any LockMax holders here? Okay, that's good. So one of the most requested features from them, and arguably one of the most exciting one, is to be able to participate in Launchpad based on your LCAMX holdings. We'll talk a bit. The good thing is for Eagle holders. Are any Eagle holders here? The good thing, Eagle tiers, and based on the Eagle staked, will run in parallel with the tiers from LockMax. So basically now you'll be able to be eligible for your Eagle staked and for LockMax as well to participate in the next launchpads. Having said that, it goes without saying that the current market will continue, we will continue, even despite the current market, to build and support other builders, so expect more projects to come on X Launchpad. Next, I want to talk about inspired art that we launched a couple of months ago, and that has been incredibly well received by our community. With Inspire Art, the idea was to build a hub for all the blockchains, for all the NFT projects that are live in our blockchain, and spotlight the most amazing ones, and create a platform for those projects and the artists, creators to be discovered, and a way for them to grow their community in a meaningful way. On the other hand, Inspired Art is not a marketplace, but we integrated the most popular marketplaces there, and this makes buying an NFT display there a very intuitive process. Of course, we'll soon see Inspire Art becoming X Spotlight, and even a more meaningful stage for artists and creators of all kinds. When going to what will happen next with the X Spotlight, pretty soon we're going to launch a revamped website with a new UI. Here is a screenshot of the homepage. And basically, there are a few improvements that will become available pretty soon once we launch X Spotlight. And I'll just mention, I think they are already there. We are basically all the creator parties refactored. Also, the Explore section is rethink from the ground up. The collections comes with some new filters, some new ratings, and other stuff like that. I'm really excited that this is actually ready and will come live pretty soon, as mentioned on xspotlight.com. Next, what do you think we should talk next? That's the one. So let's talk about the DEX. Where we are, first, and its future. Automated market makers are an important breakthrough, adding efficiency to market liquidity in a decentralized way. That's why MyRDEX is such an important piece of the puzzle of our ecosystem. Basically, it gives all the ESDT tokens their liquidity and enables swapping. MyRDEX was launched almost 1 year ago, and since then, more than 2.5 million trades were processed by by Meyer DEX. And this means a volume of more than $4 billion. Although we are still very early, I like this. In the last year, we introduced several new and innovative features, and I'm just going to go over those really, really fast. The meta staking is a way of earning dual yields in the world. Then we have the meta bonding. Meta bonding is a way for any project to connect with our vibrant community. Right now, there are more than 7 projects live there, and more will come. And of course, we have the launch. Launch basically is a way for launchpad projects to get listed on Meyer DEX using the price discovery mechanism. And then, of course, there is the jungle DEX, the auto router, and others. But maybe the most interesting and unique thing about Meyer DEX is the locked max, or LK max, and the usage of SFTs. And I just want to stress this fact that also it's a little bit technical. The idea is Meyer DEX uses very extensively these SFTs. SFTs are probably you are familiar more with the term NFTs, non-fungible tokens. SFTs, semi-fungible tokens. And basically what's unique in this regard is instead of keeping the information about, let's say, a user position in a liquidity pool or in a farm, in a smart contract, like almost all the other DEXs are doing. Basically, we keep this information at the user level in like a meta information or like an information written inside this token, this SFT. And this is very unique because it gives you a lot of freedom and very interesting approaches. As well, LockMax is an SFT, and it's very interesting. Although it's a lock token, you still can use it. For example, to provide liquidity, you can use it in a farm, you can stake it, meta bonding, or in the staking pool. And this is a very interesting approach, a very interesting approach, and very unique, as I said, from a design point of view, but from a technical point of view, but also from a game design point of view. While all this might be very impressive for a first year, we knew from the beginning that this is not enough. And frankly, we can do so much better. That's why the first max economic model, if you know, only covered the first year. That's why right now we are ready to move to the next phase, what is here, so-called DEX 2.0, or even better, X exchange. So, as mentioned before, decentralized exchanges have brought a significant breakthrough in bootstrapping liquidity. However, all known DEX economic models suffer from a crippling affliction. And the idea is there is a gross misalignment between the growth of DEX and the value accrual of the native token. That's why with DEX 2.0, we are redesigning some of the key elements that significantly improves the value accrual mechanism. And this means maximum cap supply for max, and also a novel concept for locked max that has wide foundational implications, and that is the energy the locked max hold. So, in DEX 2.0, a max token, once it is locked, acts as a battery. So locked max, the battery, can then be charged, filled in with energy. And this energy gives you a lot of benefits and rewards, as you'll see pretty soon. And while enjoying these benefits, the energy is consumed until no energy remains in that locked max. And at that point, you can choose to convert it to max if you want, or you can go to a new cycle and basically recharge the locked max and then join again those benefits. And here the main idea, the key point is the more time you lock your locked max, the more energy you're going to have, and of course more benefits and more rewards. As you can see, the way we are calculating the energy, it's pretty simple. For example, one locked max that is locked for 1 year will have attached to it an equivalent of 365 points, so like 1 point per day per max. And there will be more options to lock your max in the DEX 2.0, not for 1 year as it was before, but basically you can choose to charge it or lock it for 1 year, 2 years, or 4 years. And coming back to this example of energy points, if you lock it for 2 years, you're gonna basically get twice more energy points. And if you lock it for 4 years, you're basically gonna get 4 times more energy points. So think about it. Locked max is a battery. If all your max is locked, this battery is fully charged. But on the other hand, the size of the battery matters. It is one half to have a fully charged battery that is small, and another thing to have a fully charged battery that is twice bigger or 4 times bigger. So let's go very briefly to some of the features of the new Locked Max. Discharging. As mentioned, while enjoying benefits, the energy of each LCAMAX is decreasing by 1 energy point per day until it reaches naturally, organically, 0 energy. But if you want to speed the discharging, you can decrease the energy of your locked max down to 0 or 1 year or 2 years. This basically means that now any locked max can be unlocked at any time. You don't need to wait, as it was before, for 1 year, but there's a catch, of course. There is a so-called removal fee. So the more energy you are removing from your locked max, the higher this removal fee will be, and can be up to 80% of your locked max. For example, 80% is the maximum. If you have locked max locked for 4 years and you want to unlock it now, you'll pay a fee of 80%. And here there is a very interesting thing. What will happen with this fee? Basically, 50% of this fee will be burned. So basically, the entire ecosystem will somehow get some value from those that are exiting. And the other 50% actually will go back to all the locked max holders that are still there. We'll talk about this part a little bit later. This is part of something so-called fees pool. There are more fees that are accumulated there that will be available to be claimable by lockmax holders each week. Coming back to the recharging part, there is the recharging part. Basically, at any time and as many times you want, if you want to optimize your locked max you hold, you can at any time recharge it. Basically, you can say this locked max I want to be locked for 4 years, and you can do it at any time. You can optimize how much energy you get, and there will be no limitation to recharge your locked max. So you don't have to wait 4 years and then to recharge it. You can do it every day, every minute. Probably there will be some limitation, maybe not every minute. Anyway, about the unlocking, things are very clear, will remain the same. When no energy remains in your locked max, basically you can convert it back to max. Max will remain, of course, as it was, transferable and exchangeable, swappable on MyRDEX and other exchanges. Now, maybe the last thing I'm going to mention about the locked max future is the transferability. There is some changes here, and basically the new locked max will no longer be transferable and will be bound. This is something new, I know. There was a lot of discussion on this. Basically, as I said, from a technical point of view, it's incredible what we can do with those SFTs and LCAMAX. Coming back to the purpose of a locked max as it was initially designed, usually locked max should not be able to sell it or to do other stuff that, let's say, might hurt the ecosystem. That's why we said that we have the ability to design a locked max that is not transferable. However, still, there will be some cases when locked max will still be transferable. And I'm going to mention 3 of those. One is between 2 wallets of the same users. Of course, we're not going to do a KYC of the user, but basically, the transferring locked max between 2 addresses will come with some constraints. I'm just going to give an example. It will have to wait 30 days, and this will be managed by a smart contract. And the destination address will also be they will not be able to transfer to any other address for another 30 days. This is just an idea. So there are some use cases when your wallet is compromised. When you want to move from a hot wallet to a cold wallet, we still want to support this kind of transfer of lockmax. Of course, lockmax will be transferable inside MyRDEX. You'll still be able to provide liquidity, you'll still be able to farm, you'll still be able to use lockmax as before. And of course, an interesting thing that you'll be make lockmax transferable in the future is for beyond the MyRDEX on some third-party application and services built by the community, as long as it passes a governance vote. So basically, the community will be able to okay. Let's go very briefly to some of the benefits of this energy and a comparison between the old Max, old LKMax, and the new LKMax. And I'm going to start with the staking part, the new staking. Basically, once DEX 2.0 goes live, users won't need to stake anymore. And just by holding your locked max, based on your energy, you'll receive more locked max. There is a difference here. In the old version, you could still stake your max. This is no longer give you available, so only locked max will be available for staking. As a passive way of staking, you don't need to actually deposit those locked max as it was before. There is also another thing I want to mention here is the staking rewards for this, let's say locked max staking, they are going to be capped to 5% of the new emission. And the reason to include this limitation is that basically our vision with the DEX is that we want to encourage liquidity and liquidity providers. And in the old model of the DEX, 50% of the new emission actually was going to the staking part, and the staking part, although staking in general is good, is interesting, was not actually helping very much the DEX. Let's zoom out. The purpose of a DEX is to facilitate swaps, trading. It's the decentralized exchange, exchanging between tokens. This is the reason of a DEX. Of course, in order to facilitate swapping, you need liquidity. So here we want the new emission, the inflation, if you want, of max to go to those who actually support the best, the DEX. We'll come back a little bit for that because there are different actors on the MyRDEX. So we have the liquidity providers and we also have the lockmax holders. And as you can see here, for lockmax holders, there are a lot of new benefits just by holding lockmax. Going forward, the meta bonding is also changing. As with the new staking, you no longer need to choose if you want your lockmax to go to the meta bonding. Basically, you'll be automatically eligible for all the meta bonding rewards every week based on your energy. Another change here is we no longer gonna support eagle holders. They will no longer receive rewards from the meta bonding, so all the meta bonding rewards go to lockmax holders. For Launchpad, I think I already mentioned, lockmax holder will be eligible to participate in the next Launchpads. Another thing that we are adding that is really new is a so-called boosted APR. What does it mean? It's basically most of the farm. Let's say the most important farms that will have like a tag, a boosted farm, basically will give to lockmax holders more rewards on those farms based on the energy. And the same principle applied to the meta staking. And then again is the fees pool I already mentioned. We are creating these fee pools. This fees pool will accumulate the removal fee, 50% of that removal fee. Also, a very interesting addition to this fees pool is 0.05% of each swap is going to this fees pool. If you know how the swap fees was before, 0.005 was burned. This remains the same. But in the old model, 0.25% of each swap was going to the liquidity provider. Now only 0.2% will go to the liquidity provider, and 0.05 will go to this fees pool that will be able to be claimed by locked MAC holders. This might look like we are hurting liquidity providers, but trust me, if you look back at the design, it's actually very, very, very interesting. It's good for everyone, because basically now we are aligning locked MAC holders that not necessarily are liquidity providers to hold the token and be part of the success of the DEX. The more volumes will be there, of course, liquidity providers will be happy, but also anyone holding, and of course, the more energy you have, will also be part of the success. On the other hand, let's not forget the rewards, the farm rewards for liquidity providers are in locked MAX. If that locked MAX has more utility, is more powerful, then means that for liquidity providers, that these rewards are more meaningful. And that's why it's like a balance between holders and liquidity providers that will make things very interesting. And maybe the last thing I want to mention is the governance part. The energy accumulated by an account will translate in governance power. Of course, what we're going to use a quadratic formula so that we are kind of the big accounts, the whales will be a little bit will not have such much influence, but basically once the governance will go live, the governance will take into consideration the energy of that account, and that account is translate one-to-one in governance power. And this is something new, and once the governance goes live, a lot of things will be decided by the community, as mentioned before, where locked MAX can be transferable, probably how much is burned from this removal fee, how much should, and other things. Let's talk about the token metrics. Regarding the token metrics, the new economics model will use emission to specifically align those who contribute with liquidity, as mentioned before, with those contributing by joining the ecosystem, by buying, holding, or locking the locked MAX. And once the new model goes live, the new emission of MAX basically drops by 3x or 65% from day one and continue to decrease with each year, as you can see. And now there is an interesting part here. At the end of the 5th year, we envision that the governance council will submit the following two options for locked MAX holders voting. And basically is pursuing the decreased emission as planned, reaching reachable inflation. And what this means is that we want to ensure that sufficient incentives for liquidity providers are there, and we might keep this further, but will be decided by us together. Okay, I think I have to click again. Okay, so I think about burning, we already discussed this. The idea here is burning mechanisms are a great way to create value by introducing scarcity. And there are several ways we intend to implement a contractionary monetary policy to counterbalance the new emission and reinforce the value accrual. Most of them we already mentioned before. Here is a summary. Maybe we can move forward and see what might be the next things on DEX, let's call it 2.1. And there are some compelling features currently in research phase. Some will eventually go live, some will not. Keep in mind that if you see something in this list, it's not necessarily going to be like this or at all. I'm going to mention three of these that are very, for me, are really important on a personal level, is the lottery for grand causes, limit orders and range orders, concentrated liquidity. If you are familiar with the Uniswap 3.0 and Curve 2.0, these are very interesting approaches that we are also looking. And the reason is, of course, a DEX with an order book might be very, very interesting and bring the X exchange closer to some of the efficiency and speed of the centralized exchanges. Here also there is a short screenshot with the dashboard that we are preparing for the next for the or the X exchange. Thank you. As you can probably see, there are some interesting things here in the dashboard that actually is going to replace the accounts we have now. And one thing I'm going to mention is a new concept of leagues. Basically, this is a kind of ranking. You can see where you are compared to others. Let's not forget DEX is a competition. The rewards are limited. The more energy you have, the more you get from those rewards. So now we thought that having this concept of leagues and seeing where you are inside the league, but there will be like 5 leagues, it's an important thing for you to understand. Also there, when we are talking about the energy, I mentioned before, there is this concept of energy multiplier. Based on how long your max is locked, basically we can translate this in a multiplier that can have a value between 0x and 4x. And basically you can optimize your max and your energy. And here there are 2 concepts. You can optimize what you already have. So basically if you don't have all your, let's say you want to lock your max for 4 years. Here you'll be able to see if there is, I don't know, in a liquidity pool, in a farm, or somewhere in your wallet, you forgot some locked max. Here you'll be able to optimize and all the time be sure that you can have all your locked max for 4 years locked. On the other hand, you can also, we'll make some recommendations based if you want to, I don't know, upgrade your league or be more in the top, I don't know, 1% of your league, then it means we can show you here more recommendation on how much energy you need in order to upgrade your ranking. And this means this is a pretty interesting approach. There will be other things that we're going to add, but this will I will let you discover once things goes live. And we cannot talk about the DEX without mentioning the bridge. I think we launched the bridge several months ago, and it's called the Ad Astra Bridge. And the bridge has a security-first design, and is using audited smart contracts and was battle-tested together with our community to ensure that all scenarios are validated and fully explored. And the bridge is set up as a network of relayers, and they are operated together with our partners from Stake Capital, Everstake, P2P Staking Agency, and Istari Vision, and they are jointly actually managing an infrastructure of more than $10 billion worth of crypto-staked assets. And our strategic infrastructure provider joined forces with us to ensure a decentralized and transparent and highly available passage of assets through this bridge. And right now, there are around 41 million USDC and the equivalent of 24 million worth of UTK bridged between Ethereum and Elrond. Let's see what comes next. We're going to enable support for BNB chain in addition to Ethereum. We're going to bridge more assets, Ethereum, REP, BTC, BUSD, USDT, BNB, and other assets. And of course, this will mean that more DEX pairs are going to be added, BTC, USDC, BTC, eGold, and others on the DEX. Maybe one last thing here is Ad Astra Bridge will become xbridges.com very, very soon. So this is it for now from me. Thank you very much for your patience. We are looking forward to presenting you later today the new products we've been working on in the past year. So until now, you've seen what you probably already knew. New products are coming, so stay tuned. I'm going to invite next the other Lucian from Elrond team, the better version, thinner, smarter, younger. So let's welcome Lucian. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming to X-Day. And thank you, Lucian. What an incredible journey. You all have done an amazing job illustrating the bright spark that is the Multiverse X tech and tools. But sometimes, a spark is just that, just a spark. It's only when it's set in motion, the elements around it, that you know you have ignition. Powerful, unstoppable ignition of something big that keeps on getting bigger at an incredible speed. That's how I feel the Multiverse X ecosystem right now. So let's dig in. The Multiverse X protocol is the second largest proof-of-stake blockchain in the world, with more than 3,200 validated nodes securing the network. The Multiverse X infrastructure is being operated by more than 110 staking providers. And that's it's all carbon negative. Thank you. More amazing, we jumped from 600,000 users in the first year to almost 2 million users in the second year. And we're at more than 60 million transactions processed so far, not including the 300 million smart contract interactions. And this is just day one. Thank you. Multiverse X, high speed, security, and scalability makes it a natural home for the next generation of economic products. More than 140,000 users are staking 14.7 million EGLD, and over 400 million US dollars are currently locked in the DeFi ecosystem today. That's more than $1.2 billion locked in DeFi and staking in our network. To add on top of that, the projects on top of the Multiverse X are jointly valued at over $1 billion. That's the Multiverse X project's market cap, if you will. That's more than $2 billion created in just over 2 years. Users are at the core of everything we do, so building useful, simple application that can improve people's lives is what drives every builder in our ecosystem. The passion is there, and the momentum is growing. First year after mainnet, we had 356 applications deployed. That's not much, but today, we're at around 3,700 applications deployed on mainnet, which is 10 times more applications compared to the previous year. Now that is ignition. There are more than 1,500 different tokens created on the mainnet today. And I think that's a lot of projects and teams already experimenting with the new Web3 value creation engine. And I think that's one of the reasons why we are all here today. So thanks for doing that. The cultural part is perhaps even more vivid. Over 1.2 million NFTs exist on our network today, traded on more than 6 marketplaces, beautifully aggregated on Inspire Art. With more launchpads getting ready to launch on our network, the Web3 experimentation and innovation will definitely go parabolic. There are so many partners building with us, so many products are born every week. It's really hard to keep track of everything. The insane efforts of our business development team has been a non-stop marathon of collaboration, consultancy, communication, and integration. Onboarding, Binance, Copper, Revolut, Opera Browser, Huobi, establishing partnerships at governmental level and supporting the acquisitions of new companies. That's what we've been doing the last couple of years. second. I think it should. Perfect. Over the past few years, the joint effort of our foundation community and our developers has taken us that far. We are at the turning point, and the Multiverse X is ready for the next chapter of growth. Thank you all for being part of the story. Today, more than everything, under a great vision, I can say, it's time to build. Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you.
So I guess it's been quite a ride for the first part of the day, I'd say. It's great to see so large of a community and so excited of a community, so ready to build. And as Lucian pointed out, up from the beginning to the point that we've come, we've made a lot of progress, but this progress has been now adding up. Now, today, we've unveiled a very important and transformative step for the entire Elrond technology, Elrond community, Elrond ecosystem. And this transformation we call Multiverse X. Now, there's a large set of products that in this new light will have new value, new utility, and this you've partly already discovered through the presentations of my colleagues, especially Lucian, and in part, you'll also discover in the second part of the day. As you can imagine, this new ecosystem, when we look at it, we'll have a set of applications where everything we built transforms to X Wallet, X Explorer, X Bridge, X Exchange, X Spotlight. And now, of course, in the second half of the day, we're going to unveil 3 completely new products. So thanks a lot. We want to thank all of you for being part of this journey, being part of this conversation. And I think we're going to have a break, a lunch break, and at 3 p.m., we're going to be back. But until then, I'll just play the video of our transformation and expansion another time. Thank you. Thank you.
Every single bit of life, everything we've ever known, and everyone we've ever met, all started from a single point. A speck, a flicker, a single cell of life. But what is life if but a brief, stubborn wonder. A dim light, a spark at times, pointing to an ever larger scope and scale. About to scope and scale. About to expand to a new world, one founded and sustained by the bursting force of imagination. This world we now call the metaverse. Could we at once capture the essence of a universe encompassing the entire observable cosmos, but also the metaverse encompassing myriad digital realms, rearranging them with one word, not as opposites or replacements, but as a harmonious, expanding, complementary whole. We believe we can and must. This we call the multiverse. It is said, in the beginning, there was a word of such strength and vigor that it could sharply set a rare creation moment in motion. The beginning of a vast world of worlds. The opening of a portal between worlds and the forging of the very fabric securing it all. This is our new challenge, our new vision, our expansion and transformation. This new dawn we call Multiverse X.
Faut toujours peser ses mots, désobéir à tes désirs et t'adapter au tempo. Tu comprends pas tout, tout est trop flou, comme si t'avais bu la tasse, noyé comme tous ces idiots. Les filles, elles respirent sous l'eau, elles sont bien pires que dans Shakespeare, elles ont des dents sous la peau. Joue les martyrs, cache un sourire, un revolver dans le dos. Le grand méchant loup, elles sont partout, tous en monter la menace. Tu dis ça, t'es pas macho, mais c'est pas des gens comme il faut. T'as peur des filles, assis seulement c'était des gars. Peur des filles, elle prépare un sale Ça va pas leur suffire de les séduire, leur offrir des coquelicots. Elles vont venir pour te punir, tu sais bien qu'elles veulent ta peau. Pour toi ni mot doux, ni rendez-vous, mais un coup de genou bien en place. Tu imagines le fiasco, si en plus elles sont costauds. T'as peur des filles, ah si seulement c'était des gars. Peur des filles, elles préparent un sale coup, ça se voit. Peur des filles, elles sont bien pires que ce qu'on croit. Peur des filles, t'as peur des filles, elles se transforment une fois par mois. Peur des filles, elles ont pas la vue sans pas. Peur des filles, ça pourrait faire des dégâts. Peur des filles.
I grew up in housing trucks. Felt like summer when all the kids were out. Not old enough to light up yet. Still tear behind the house. Girl, it felt too far away. The opposite, too close. You lie to your parents to come see me and say you love me, so I'm the one who you would lie to most. You are backwards. You'd act like it's for me. So I left you in the TC. How did that bore you? But I'm still backwards. Soon again I'm deep up in your waters. Live life just like you taught it. Tables turn, you got my plate. At least I didn't say that shit in vain.
Lil' ghetto nigga plotting on some better living. Big money, told my mama I ain't settling. Plot thickens every time I get it. Gotta keep shit flipping till the clock quit ticking. I get incentives for sinning. The devil is alive, Father God is forgiven. Baby on my mind, but I'm always on a mission. Tryna get another 6 figures. Girl, you know you love me, just admit it. Yeah, I love you too, but I be tripping. Had a little trouble with committing. I was raised different. Places I've been, they won't visit. Things we did, I won't mention. Things you said, I won't forget it. I don't regret it, forever indebted. We got here together, whole nother level. Now it just get better and better. When I'm in the city, they call me a legend. Yeah.
Used to hang behind the tracks, adding to graffiti on the walls. Drank with you despite the taste. Now for everything I turn to alcohol. Oh, mother said it's puppy love, and soon he'll be a dog. You lie to your parents to come see me and say you love me, so you're the one you lied to all along. You are backwards. You act like it's for me. So I left you in the TC. How did that bore you? But I'm still backwards. Soon again I'm deep up in your waters. Live life just like you taught it. Tables turn, you got my plate. At least I didn't say that shit in vain.
lose, but heaven isn't holding my hand. Hoping I can make it to the end. Feeling like I'm living in my head. I wasn't looking for a phantom or a friend. I keep feeling like I'm rushing to the end. Trying to find a good place to begin. I keep hoping for an answer in the wind. I wasn't looking for a phantom or a friend, but will I ever know? I'll never know. Trying to find a good place to begin, but will I ever know? I'll never know.
new technologies, the kind that spawn fundamental changes in our lives.
Nowhere to go, no stage to run to. Finally home, confined, confronted. Could go both ways. It brought us closer to miss the stage. Confined, confronted. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. There's dolphins in Venice. I say I'm finally home. They say there's dolphins in Venice. I say I'm finally home. But then again, what about music? I'm scared you'll forget my name. I can't help feeling so hopeless. Live streams weren't part of the dream. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Bear with me and I'll stand bare before you. Will you forget about me? Won't you forget
either way to lose your mind. Never mind, change my life. I forgot to show you why. 'Cause my world only opens when your world comes in. Outside, the outside, outside, the outside, outside, the outside, outside, the outside. There we are, up all night, terrified, kissing you twice. Lower your brakes, hold on tight. 'Cause either way to lose your mind. Never mind, change my life. I forgot to show you why. 'Cause my world only opens when your world comes in. Outside, the outside, outside, the outside, outside, the outside, outside, the outside. Outside,
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you shared a very great meal, and I also hope you appreciate this morning the different keynotes and the different talk about Elrond. As you heard, that was a recap, a kind of small view of what was the initiative from the first day to the X day, and today with Multiverse X. As you know, the previous past years went by very quick. Our market is very special because it's a very cyclical market. We have to work and we have to build solutions and services between and around two very important and known phases, the bull run and the bear market. I think we all have a preference for the bull run. In question of valorization, pricing of different cryptocurrency, new project, new initiative, profit, of course, but also this over-covering by media. Also because the traditional world is opening the eyes during few months, sometimes few years, the last bull run was so long, and started to talk about blockchain, more than just a cryptocurrency, more than just NFTs, a real technical lock to go in a new step, to change our mind and to create something with more transparency, more decentralization, and different kind of solution around our world, the world of the blockchain. But if the bull run is very, very good for a lot of things and also for your wallet, the best phases for build is the bear market. For what? Because when you need to scale very, very quickly, you need to manage with two very important things. The first thing is the technology, your product, your services, but also your human resources. And it's very complex to scale human resources and a team when you don't have any time. And that was a problem during the last bull run, the time. That was the most important problem of a lot of entrepreneurs. Because you have to select the right people. You have to share your vision, you have to build, to create some solution and services, you have to distribute it, and you have to satisfy the demand. The bear market allows us to take a breath. The bear market allows us to take the time to do it well, to do something strong, and to put the basis of the next bull run and of the next phases. I think no need to remember that actually we are in the building phases of this market. If this morning was for Elrond a quick recap and a quick overview of what the team achieved and what is the next evolution of existing products, this afternoon will be oriented to the future, to the next big step of Elrond, but also 3 pillars, 3 new products that you will discover this afternoon with the team and with some speakers. Please, everyone, welcome Felipe Castro, the co-founder of UTrust. Thank you.
Hi, guys. So my name is Philippe, as mentioned, co-founder of UTrust, and I'm here to share our vision for payments in Web3. Let me tell you about the customers of the future. Those will be digital natives. This is a young segment of connected, hyper-connected, demanding users. Super connected, holder of cryptocurrency, and part of a connected metaverse. This is a prime audience for any business to capture and retain, especially when it comes to payments. In sum, this is an audience all businesses should be paying close attention to, because they are different in the way they interact, how they consume information, how they're influenced, and how they pay. And for businesses, crypto adoption is especially relevant. Adding cryptocurrency as means of payment will no longer be optional, but the status quo. Almost 32% of small medium companies in the US accept cryptocurrency, and the number is trending. Their decision in adding payments in crypto has translated into increased total volume, more than 100%. That's a return on investment of more than 300% since inception. Now, most brands have either started or are catering to this trend, introducing crypto and metaverse elements to position themselves as appealing and leaders in their respective markets. And that's exactly where we come in. Utrust is the gateway to this market. For years, our solution has been allowing merchants of all kinds, meta or realverse, to accept crypto payments, making accessible to tap into this rising market. Utrust is a payment gateway, allowing any business to accept crypto as a means of payment, but at the checkout or through invoicing. So it's simple, without any risk of volatility. A trusted intermediary that settles in fiat and puts it in the merchant's bank account. We provide low transactional fees at 1% end-to-end, no chargeback risks, drastic reduction of fraud, and fast transactional settlement versus any legacy solutions. We make the checkout integration super simple. Plug and play, support for the most widely used plugin, as well as an API for custom integrations, with no blockchain technical expertise required at the merchant level. We also make the payment interfaces seamless to the consumer and support any wallet on the market. An on-chain experience open to all with no ecosystem lock-in. Utrust solves all the hurdles of crypto payments for merchants without any of the risk of volatility. The merchants always receives steady value. A regulated and compliant institution. We employ state-of-the-art blockchain screening technology for AML, that's anti-money laundering, to protect users and merchants from all malicious actors. There's no hidden costs or fees, no annual subscriptions, nor any commitment. Merchants only pay 1% of any transacted volume, providing flexibility and choice. Utrust also allows for new business models. For example, how is it possible to transfer a fee or to transform a fee into additional revenue? Like, imagine a merchant paying a processing fee, or instead of paying, they can offset it to zero, or perhaps even becoming a net positive. Is this new? No. This model already exists, and it's used by legacy payment processors such as PayPal, and it's not optional. Just look at the terms and service. How do they do it then? Well, during the transit time of the funds, from the moment the client pays until the merchant actually receives the money in their bank, well, they invest their money. They use it to generate additional revenue. The key difference, we provide the funds to the merchants instead of retaining for ourselves. We provide a more transparent and better take on this model. Now, our merchant universe also keeps growing, especially in the sectors of commerce, real estate, fashion, luxury items, and digital goods. Many of our clients want to establish themselves as pioneers in their sector, and we are prepared to help them to take this advantage to the next level, be it in co-marketing initiatives, ecosystem reach out, or through our network of partners. Because payments in crypto have unique challenges when compared to traditional gateways, and our approach helps to maximize impact and reach. At Utrust, we see our merchants as partners in the whole payment journey. So don't get left behind. As a merchant, this is the time to join, to adopt this ecosystem. Although the perception may be that this is early for business, this is a perfect moment for you as a merchant to position yourself as a market leader. In a similar way to the adoption of the internet, this is a critical moment for the mass adoption of digital assets. Looking at the past, we see that companies that persevere are the ones that keep adapting, the ones that align with the trends of the future, before they become tomorrow's status quo. And one more thing. Yes, there's always one more thing. In the same way products refine and mature, Utrust is evolving as well. Our commitment to merchants and business remains steady, with a new brand and a new name, part of a wider ecosystem, showcasing our commitment to united universe or multiverse of blockchain, crypto, fiat, and payments. Because at the end of the day, it is money, it is our money that takes center stage. X money. A new money for a new generation. In the real verse, in the metaverse, we will help shape or reshape the money of the future. We invite your business to start accepting the money of the future by visiting our website and onboarding today. Thank you. Let me segue now and introducing our partners from TwistPay, Augustine, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Augustin Dobre, and I am the CEO of TwistPay. Since the beginning of this year, we have joined Elrond. So let's talk a bit about TwistPay. So we are the first e-money financial institution licensed by the National Bank Romania in 2013. Imagine that. We hold the license number 001. Are you wondering what an e-money institution is? Let me tell you what we can do. We can provide full financial services, accounts, cards, payment transfers, currency exchange, online and offline merchant payment processing, and more. All safe, all compliant, fully regulated. We are audited by the strictest entities. And just as an afterthought, I want you all to think about the following thing. The upcoming EU crypto regulations, MiCA, will only allow banks and e-money institutions to issue stable coins in the European Union. So let's talk about what we did until now. We processed card payments, and a lot of them. Over 250 million euros and 5 million transactions. We built trusted relationship with merchants and partners. Let's talk also about our strategic partnerships. We are a principal member of MasterCard and of Visa. The principal member license is the highest form of recognition that a financial institution can get from the payment schemes, a result of a long certification process that included on-site audits, procedure reviews, and much, much more. Another very important partnership we have is with JP Morgan, a partnership that is totally unique in our region. It took over 2 years to complete. Compliance checks, on-site visits, we've done them all and passed with flying colors. So all of that effort made us the partner of choice for over 250 merchants, local, regional, and European. It was a great journey, and it keeps on going. So safeguarding accounts, are a must for an e-money institution. All the money we held for our clients is fully protected, even in the worst-case scenario. Funds are always safe, so our clients can focus on what really matters to them. We are a true European financial institution, the only e-money institution in Romania that has passported its license in the European Economic Area. So, we provide financial services in all 30 countries for individuals and companies alike. Our goal was to have full control over our product, a dashboard that marketeers loved, state-of-the-art analytics, and constant technical support. For this, we did everything in-house. A team of 40 experts in their field, from tech to operations to compliance to legal, all of them focused on our clients' success. Now, it's time for the next big thing. TwistPay is evolving. It's trying to bridge the gap between the metaverse and the real world. Imagine the future of payments in the metaverse. Imagine a metaverse that combines the security and ownership of virtual assets with a smooth payment process, just like the one customers are already familiar with. A frictionless payment process can pave the way for new metaverse users, making it more accessible to almost anyone who wants to enter the digital universe. It's time for X-Money. I truly believe that the metaverse will reshape the payment ecosystem as we know it today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all.
Hello, everyone. I see people have a lot more energy now that they gotten something to eat. So the key point that we've discussed in the morning was that we would unveil a new path for things to come, for challenges that we're undertaking, for our new focus. Now, with this new path, you've seen a complete and new repositioning for all of our products up until this point, and specifically with UTrust and TwistPay. A complete repositioning in that these two become X-Money, one X-Money fiat and one X-Money crypto. This will enable us to offer a new type of services and indeed to bridge the gap, to offer a new type of bridge between these worlds. But I'm even more excited about 3 products that we're about to unveil today, that we've been working a lot on, and that during the next minutes we'll go over. These 3 products are fundamental for our new steps that we're going to undertake in the metaverse space. One of them is called X Fabric, and this will sort of underpin everything we built within the metaverse and outside the metaverse. The second product that we'll discuss about is a portal. It's called X Portal because it will become the portal to the metaverse. And then the third product that we'll discuss about is X Worlds. I'm not going to tell you what that is about. So, to move forward and take this vision to a completely new level, I'd like to first invite my colleague Stefan to do a deep dive in XFabric. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. All right, let's get started with XFabric. XFabric is the realization of the larger truth we see taking shape around us. Blockchains are the technology trees our future is built on. As this essential truth permeates through all layers of our society, our understanding of open source technology, applications, and adoption paths evolves to be defined by the massive scaling in cooperation, collaboration, value creation, and exchange we see coming. XFabric is the bridge to this future, enabling a new set of applications that will underpin the infrastructure for our physical and virtual worlds. XFabric has been built with two very specific and instrumental audiences in mind. First, the creators and brands that want to take full advantage of the power of Web3. Second, the institutions and enterprises that require a more specific set of functionalities from the start, for which permissioned access, efficient governance, security compliance, and operational predictability are key. For them, we are introducing sovereign shards, which bring the full power of our existing Multiverse X blockchain to their very own sovereign chain, which is, of course, fully integrated with XFabric. Sovereign shards will open a completely new path of exploration, integration, and value creation for businesses all over the world. And this we'll soon explore in greater detail. But for today, we will focus on the first group. Creators and brands which stand at the very epicenter of culture, ideas, community interaction, and value creation. For them, XFabric offers a fully customizable set of modules and features that are deployable in minutes and require no coding skills. We are focusing on a number of specific use cases that we want to solve that we believe will be of the greatest help and have the biggest impact for all that build with XFabric. One such use case, becoming increasingly necessary to solve for, is the proliferation of AI in all aspects of our digital lives and its impact on our understanding of reality. XFabric includes a deep truth module that takes full advantage of blockchain's inherently trustless architecture, bringing historic authenticity, digital integrity, and deepfake countermeasures. Another essential module is built around digital finance. This unlocks a much more effective way of expressing, creating, exchanging, and capturing value through digital money, digital finance mechanics, and new economic models. The governance module validates one of the core principles of XFabric, community empowerment. Through these, decentralized autonomous organizations will have all they need to function and grow smoothly. And perhaps one of the most prolific uses of blockchain technology in recent times, other than DeFi, are NFTs. XFabric includes the culture module that takes NFTs far beyond their current status quo, transforming them into a cultural phenomenon. We have placed a special emphasis on integrating ways for creators and artists to tap into the power of their true fans and help them make a living with their work. We believe that with XFabric, they will kickstart and accelerate the largest creative wave in history. I should mention that all these modules will be 100% available for our sovereign shards as well, where we will give special attention to how specifically to integrate them for the best results and user experience. With its fully customizable, no code needed, and almost instant deployment, Xfabric is perfectly suited to be the underlying building administration layer for any sovereign shard. But focusing a bit back, going one step back, one space we believe will be forever transformed by Xfabric is the NFT-driven culture. Let's take a closer look at what Xfabric would look like in this context. As you probably know, we have recently launched Meta Spaces, which have been met with great enthusiasm by the community. Through Meta Spaces, we offered a ready-to-go framework for launching an Inspire-like NFT marketplace that creators could use to showcase their NFT collections. Meta Spaces offered a first glimpse into what the future holds for our creative and brand partners. Xfabric brings a whole new set of powerful tools for creators, which they can use without having to write one single line of code. To see what this looks like, let me show you how one of our favorite upcoming community projects, Unfinished, will be able to take full advantage of Xfabric. I think these are the Unfinished guys. For the past 7 years, Unfinished has flourished into a vibrant community of global thinkers and makers. Part festival, part talks, part art, part undefined, it is an experience in constant evolution, as they so eloquently put it. It's an amazing project, and we are very excited to work with Christian and his team. With Xfabric, Unfinished will be able to create a post-event hub for their incredible community, so they can continue to interact and explore new experiences together. More specifically, through the Xfabric interface, they will be able to launch NFT collections, manage their metaspace pages, and create specific community-focused content with ease. So let's get started with the first section I want to show you today, the inbox. The inbox allows for easy access to the latest updates and relevant action items from across all areas connected to Xfabric. Here we can see, among other things, the latest offers. There we go. The latest offers for our NFTs, such as the one we just received for this strategic partner tier NFT. All information needed to accept or reject this offer is right here. All the NFT details, the utilities connected to it, history of transactions, previous offers. Let's go ahead and accept it. Once we click Accept Offer, the blockchain transaction is initiated in a separate window, which isn't shown here. Once that's completed, everything is confirmed. The status changes here as well. All right. Next up, the editor. As with any vibrant space, having an easy way to update content on the fly is crucial. We've built a powerful editor into Xfabric that makes working with Web 2 and Web 3 elements a breeze. So let's see the editor in action. Let's change one of the featured NFTs from the Unfinished Metaspace homepage. All right, let's navigate to the featured NFT section. Click on Edit. The sidebar reveals all the available options. Next, click on the NFT we want to replace, and select a new one from this window. That's it. All we have to do now is publish our changes, and the page is live. We've been working very hard on making this feature of Xfabric as customizable and intuitive to use as possible, so it can be a powerful tool for our community of creators and brand partners alike. All right, another core principle of Xfabric is community empowerment, as I mentioned earlier. One way we are implementing this aspect is the updates feed, where we can periodically post and engage with our community. The feed supports many types of content suited for a variety of purposes, with specific granular controls for each. So let's take a closer look at this feature. in our Xfabric interface. So right here on top, we can select the type of post we'd like to create. Let's go ahead and create an invitation for an online event. All right, let's add some text, add some event details, add the cover image. There we go. Next, we can define the specific audience we want to see. We can define the specific audience who can see this post. We can choose to make it available publicly or only to our already defined membership tiers. With Xfabric, memberships can be defined in different ways with just a few clicks. They can be tied to ownership of specific digital assets, such as NFTs, governance tokens, utility tokens, or even participation in a DeFi pool. And as a final step, we can also select who has access to the event itself. We can choose from the same membership tiers as before, and can also make this event available for a fee to all other community members. There we go. That's it. The post is now live. Tying in these kind of monetization options has been a big priority for us. We want to bring the potential of the Web3 creator economy to everybody. Just imagine a designer sharing a tutorial, a writer sharing the next chapter of her novel, or a podcaster sharing a new episode with their paying communities and members. The potential here is huge. As the project evolves, Christian and his team will have access to progressively more advanced tools and features as needed within the same user-friendly Xfabric interface, still without having to write a single line of code. Whether that means defining a new utility for an upcoming NFT collection, or enabling a completely new type of immersive experience, Xfabric underpins it all. But let me take a step back here. I believe it's important to offer clarity into why we built Xfabric in the first place, and why we believe will have such a transformative effect for the Multiverse X ecosystem. To do that, let me show you a very short concept video we prepared. Let's see.
New technologies, the kind that spawn fundamental changes in our lives, have always started so very small, with just a few visionary pioneers. More often than not, however, moats emerged around these new opportunities. Some artificial, driven by economic interest. Some organic, due to lack of sufficient technical knowledge. But mass adoption, the kind that truly changes the fabric of our society, comes when everybody can participate, not only in the consumption, but especially in the creation process completely. We are at the dawn of mass adoption of blockchain as a fundamental technology in our society. The bridge to the future we desire is Xfabric, not just by what it adds, but more importantly, by what it removes. In this new future, complexity is not a virtue if it stifles creation. Software is not useful if it is walled and not accessible for all. Building is not a trade, but a calling.
We're extremely proud of Xfabric and what it will unleash, as you can probably tell. We are certain we will see amazing and mind-blowing applications that combine modules and features from all the main use cases I mentioned that we haven't thought of, which is what makes this so powerful. In the case of sovereign shards, Xfabric will bring so much more than the power of our blockchain seamlessly integrated with an easy-to-understand, intuitive interface. Xfabric is about democratizing access, redefining what being a builder means, and kickstarting a new wave of creativity adoption we've never seen before. X Fabric is creation unleashed. We'll be releasing the first beta version very soon. You can find out more about this on the about X Fabric and you can sign up for the waiting list on the recently launched Multiverse X website. X Fabric for creators and brands will be initially available as using a software as a service subscription. And for access to the enterprise-grade sovereign shards, we will of course go case by case. All right, this is it. Let me bring Benjamin back.
Thank you, Stefan. As we've said, there is a lot to dig in, not only for what Multiverse X really means and how it will take us forward, but for each of the products that we have, and specifically each of the new products that we are unveiling. X Fabric, I have no doubt, will be absolutely extraordinary, especially for creatives and for brilliant people around the world that try to create a new type of work, to share it with their communities, and exchange these ideas and economic upside in a way that is unconstrained by any type of intermediaries. We are very, very excited to move forward with this, and as Stefan mentioned, very soon you'll be able to get a first glimpse of this product and to test it out. Now, I'll invite you all to a break of 30 minutes, and then we're going to see X Portal. Thank you.
It's beautiful, and even though I told you so, you know we play survival. We leave the lights on. The move will go on somehow. Looking like soldiers, waiting to drown. And I'm not around no more. And looking at people that don't make a sound. Music's around, stay warm. It's seasonal, and body knows we make it known so loud. Just you and me, and we can see small machines in sunrise, looking like soldiers, waiting to drown. And I'm not around no more. Pictures of people that don't make a sound. When music's around, stay warm. We got no reason pictures of people that don't make a sound. When music's around, stay warm. فقلت لها اسفري قالت أخاف الناس قالت أخاف قلت لا رفقي يا فتنة الحسن يا فتنة الحسن الخليج الأسمري أمان 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 والحاضرين عيوني أمان 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 got ritualistic, cleansing my soul of addiction for now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Oh, yeah. Tension between us just like picket fences. You've got issues that I won't mention for now, 'cause we're falling apart. Passionate from miles away, bested with the things you say, messing up all my old ways. I can't blame you, no. Passionate from miles away, bested with the things you say, messing up all my old ways. I can't blame you, no. Listen, harder building trust from a distance. I think we should rule our commitment for now, 'cause we're falling apart. Yeah, yeah. Believe it. You're just doing that to get even. Hold up, pick up the pieces, just leave them for now. They keep falling apart. Passionate from miles away, bested with the things you say, messing up on my old ways. I can't blame you, no. Passionate from miles away, bested with the things you say, messing up on my old ways. I can't blame you, no.
unnecessary death. Lying down for it, I am steady. The water's upside down. Where did it go? Gravity, I am steady. I used to fall in your arms, they're closed now. I used to ask you what's next, I know you don't know now. I used to scream at the sky, begging you to calm down. I was reaching in the wrong direction. Setting sun, you can't run from it. Shooting gun, you can't outrun it. Turn around, now you're facing it now. Unnecessary death. Lying down for it, I am steady. The water's upside down. Where did it go? Gravity, I am steady. The sky is black and the cold grasses holding all the ones I love. They're gone now, so I walk alone and I thank you all for the space you gave. The light is in my hands. Setting sun, you can't run from it. Shooting gun, you can't outrun it. Turn around, now you're facing the now. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Where did it go? Gravity, I am steady.
Y'all should have called me to work on the album earlier, man. We could have been making some crazy. Channel Trace.
Let's go. When the bass slide and that city lights up. Low, high, that shit lights up like when the bass slide and that city lights up. Low, high, that shit lights up like boom, da-doom, boom, boom. Da-doom, boom, put your hands up. Boom, da-boom, boom. Boom, da-boom, boom. I'm a MC, BYOB. Bring your own bottles. VIP, MYOB. I brought my own models. Lay back, move with the flow. So smooth when I step on the floor. Look back, Cadillac. Used to pull up in a red Volvo.
Let's make moves outside this club. Let's get out of here. About to make moves, get back to the hub. I gotta go back home.
Let's go. Try to catch the bass, and I slide on you. Try to catch your fade, about to slide one on you. We up in the club, pose up, then in my cup. Got the whole city going up. Got the whole city going up. Out here acting up, no, we don't give a fuck. Got the whole city going up. Got the whole city going up.
Let's make moves outside this club. Let's get out of here. About to make moves, get back to the hub. I gotta go back home.
Got the whole city going up. 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 Let's go. see the custom cuff leaks. Gator shoes. Taking y'all back, yeah.
Just can't get enough.
No, I can't.
Just can't get enough.
That's all we got is us, baby.
Just like I can't get enough.
Don't worry about it.
Just like I can't get enough. Get enough. Just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Just like I can't get enough. Just like I can't get enough. Get enough. Just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Just like I can't get enough. Just like I can't get enough.
Doing shit we ain't supposed to. Seat back in that parking lot that we used to. Windows fogging up. Trunk sound like the club. Old head walking by nodding, yeah, he know what's up. That head got me thinking way ahead. Picket fences, family man, dental plans. With the fam now, we at the Dodger game. First base trying to bring you home again. What you think about?
You and me and you and me and you and me.
You and me,
You
you and me,
and me
you and me,
and you and me
you and me,
and you and me and you and me
you and me,
you
you and
and
me,
me.
you and me. All I know, there ain't no me without you. All I know, ain't myself when you're not around. You feed my soul, my body's numb without you. No, I don't know. No, don't know what it is. Only you
And me and you and me and you and me.
you and me,
You
you and me,
me
you and me,
you and me
you and me,
you and me and you and me
you and me,
you
you
Hello again. As we began and have seen, we've not only unveiled the Multiverse X new vision and challenge, we've also moved forward and put each of the products we've built in a new direction, added a new type of value to them, and during the next period, you'll discover more of what these products will do. Now, we've seen what X Fabric can do and how it can open a completely new path for creative exploration. More and further than that, I think everyone is going to be tremendously excited about X-Portal. X-Portal is essentially a portal to the metaverse. It opens up a new world and creates a massive opportunity, not only for everyone to be able to engage with this new idea and this new world, but then for companies, businesses, and so forth to discover how they themselves can leverage it. So to tell you more about X-Portal, I will invite Sergio to do a deeper dive and share this new vision. Thank you.
Hey, how are you guys? Alive? Are you alive? Awesome. So, to truly understand how we arrived where we are today, let's talk about Myar. The easiest to use crypto wallet, an app that users truly love, the first million users. Today, we are proud to announce that Myar is expanding and transforming into X-Portal. Thank you. There was the slide. Awesome. So, we are looking to go from the first million users, you know, the first million is the hardest, to the first billion users. Yeah. X-Portal will be a portal to new worlds, a bridge between worlds, positioned to enable the creation and revolution of the new world at its very epicenter, sitting at the intersection between worlds and spanning across all worlds. It's providing a way of blurring the lines between worlds and offering positive, complementary view of both the physical and the metaverse world. This is what we call X-Portal. And I'd like to show you a quick video.
A portal to a new world. The home of your avatar. A portal for everything finance. A portal where money gets a new meaning. For this world and all the other worlds. Any kind of money. But what is money anyway? A portal for friends. Playfulness. Competition. Rewards. A portal for apps, ecosystems, and new metaverse worlds. X Portal, the portal to the multiverse.
Amazing. Yeah. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to actually do a live demo. So there's two things. I don't know how reliable the Wi-Fi is. And the second thing is if my wife calls, we have to stop the event for 5 minutes. Because, you know, honey, I'm on stage. Awesome. So, guys, together with our incredible team in the past year, we have completely reimagined Maiar from being a great crypto wallet to becoming a multiverse super app, now called X Portal. X Portal's vision is absolutely amazing, to be a bridge between worlds, blurring the lines between the physical world and the metaverse. Yes, for the first time ever, this is becoming a reality. So let's take a closer look at X Portal. Our main objective in building the new app was to maintain the same ease of use and power that Maiar has had until now, but with an improved design, and we believe it looks amazing. So let's open it up. Cool. Yep, there it is. Whew, it works. So, let's first talk about finance. We're on the Home tab, and as you can see, the Home tab is all about your finance, where you're going to be taken in the non-custodial wallet, the wallet you've been used to from using Maiar. It has a beautiful, beautiful new look. Obviously, there's a light theme as well. All my crypto is here. As you can see, I'm very rich. And my NFTs are here as well, split by collections or any way you like. I'm sure you're already used to the wallet, but what we've also done, we've also added a track section where you can essentially track all the portfolios that you hold in other crypto wallets outside of X Portal. For example, I may have some crypto held in another wallet, which I want to track here, and I can just manually add multiple portfolios, create different watch lists, and find any coin in the market I would like to track. Super, super simple. So the wallet tab is my non-custodial wallet. The track tab is for all the crypto I hold in other wallets or in other exchanges. And swap is exactly what you think it is. You can now swap any token to another, just like you used to do on the Maiar exchange. It was a very requested feature by the community, and it's finally coming to X Portal. So let's quickly do a swap. We'll swap from Eagle to USDC. One Eagle. Are you sure? The other way? All right. Okay, let's do it the other way. All right, okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so first I'll choose another one. Okay, so to Eagle, I'll go USDC Eagle. Okay, I have 621. Let's buy some Eagle. All in. 620. 0.3. Okay, I'll leave 0.3. Who knows? Maybe I buy later somewhere. All right. I'll send the transaction. And it's done. And there he is. Yeah. His name is Zio, so XIO, by the way. You'll see him across the app. He's your friendly metaverse AI genie friend. You'll see him more and more. Should we skip the cards, maybe? No? All right, so probably the most requested feature by the community. Let me put this here. I don't need it. Is the cards. So the first ever. Let me close the transactions. It was real. You saw it was processing. So this is the cards. These are the cards. The first ever multiverse debit cards in partnership with MasterCard. So, together with our colleagues from X Money, which you've just met, we have worked really, really hard to not only create very cool-looking cards, but make the user experience as simple and seamless as possible. So you'll have a few card options, like the virtual mint card, which looks really nice. Then some physical options as well, like the Echo Night card, which is a carbon-neutral plastic. Looks pretty cool. And the Diamond Touch. Diamond hands, diamond cards. Awesome. So, which is a premium metal card. And as a user experience, it'll be very, very simple. So you will be able to top up your card either from your crypto wallet, from any other debit card or credit card, or by bank transfer, or Apple, Google Pay. So let's put some money on this card. I'll put 20 euros. I only have 15. Yeah, but I put 20 more. So let's put 20 more. Awesome. So I topped up. The money is already on the card and ready to spend. It's just that easy. Looks really, really, really cool. So now, obviously, the cards will have a series of Multiverse X ecosystem benefits and cashback rewards, but we will reveal those details once we are really closer to launch. We're working really, really hard to have the cards ready for Q1 2023. And yeah, this is how they look like. Cool, right? Awesome. Now let's talk about the avatar. In X Portal, your avatar is always with you, completely customizable. As you can see, I've chosen my avatar for some reason to look like Neo from the Matrix. A bit thinner though. Yes, our avatars also have legs, just to make sure that I heard that was a premium feature. Sorry, didn't want to. So your avatar also can have some fun too. So it can compete with others, and I'll go to the play section. And let me claim my daily experience points here, and maybe I'll level up. I can see how I stand compared to other players. I'm 6th, okay. Not doing well. I need to work more on this. And much more, your avatar can also talk to friends, from real friends, from the real life, and with friends from the metaverse. So we'll have a chat here. Hey, let's see if... Okay. Who's doing this? What? Okay, this is too much. No, sorry, yeah. Somebody's having fun. All right, okay. Somebody's gonna get a bonus. So yes, sending messages across the multiverse is possible. All right. Did I also mention that your avatar can travel to other metaverses, to different metaverses using the app? I won't show you that right now because I don't want to spoil some things going forward. All right, let's see what else we have here. We have an insider tab where you can find news from daily news from the crypto space and you know, the market sentiment and articles that you might be interested in. But one of the other most important features I want to talk about is the hub. So the hub is a space for dApps in the ecosystem and metaverses. You'll be able, like never before, use your preferred dApps directly from Xportal. So, for example, if you'd like, we can go to the DEX and farm directly from the app, which was something that as you could see, it's logging in directly without you having to do anything else, directly from the mobile. Reinvest it all, of course. And yeah. Well, it should go. But that was the actual DEX. Cool. And yeah, this is where the metaverses in our ecosystem will be featured as well. The same metaverses that your avatar can travel to. But, sorry, I can't give you any spoilers about what these metaverses are, which means more cool stuff will be announced very, very soon, like in a few minutes. So, we talked about everything finance, crypto, fiat, swap, and MasterCard debit cards. We talked about the avatar, your digital extension that can talk to friends from this world or other worlds, play, teleport to metaverses, all from Xportal. And we talked about the hub, where you can access the dApps in the ecosystem and teleport to metaverses. For the first time ever, with Xportal, we are bridging worlds. We are blurring the lines between our world and the metaverse. This means that for the first time ever, you'll be able to teleport your avatar in a digital world, maybe earn some money there by playing or working in the metaverse, and then use that money to buy some cool shoes in the real world. How cool is that? Awesome. So we are currently heavily testing the Xportal. We're ironing out some of the features, and our plan is to launch the super app at the beginning of 2023. And we can't wait for you to see it and tell us how you feel about it. Thank you so much.
I see in the meantime that the community got a bit of energy. And I'm not sure if it's because of this card. It's interesting and always remarkable to actually see these products coming to life. And throughout the next period, I think the idea, the complete positioning, the concept that puts the world together with Multiverse X at the intersection of worlds, opening a bridge across worlds, and then blurring the lines in a way that we can really look at both worlds in a new light, will be a very strong guiding force for all of our products, and we believe for all of the interactions with our users. Now, of course, a great conversation is about what the metaverse really is, what it really means to start thinking, start building, start exploring new types of worlds. And just to zoom back out, the idea that we really need a fabric to underpin worlds, to define clear and immutable rules, is extremely important and critical. Without a blockchain underpinning these worlds, a metaverse can really not exist. On the other hand, the portal is the one thing that opens and essentially creates a market. Without users coming in, without users playing, without users building, we don't really have a space that we can play in, interact with, and so forth. But there's a third component if we want to take this idea seriously. And this is the idea of a new type of world. Essentially, a world that we can look at and that is underpinned by a few very important core properties. One is the very simple but fundamental idea of a full ownership. It's very strange how societies develop when there is no ownership for assets or for things that we create and build. And then, on the other hand, it's surprising and exhilarating to see societies that develop rights that seem so simple and obvious to us. The idea of communism and the idea of capitalism are very, very interesting. But for someone who has gone through that type of process or has seen a country without rights, the idea of having rights across all applications that we have on the internet and across all assets that we build and create in these new worlds is not a simple idea, but something super fundamental and valuable. Now, this also differentiates what is being built here, what is being built on top of Multiverse X from other experiments. Now, moving forward, the idea of having not only cartoonish interactions, not only different type of creative or imaginative explorations, but having things that are also beautiful, aesthetically pleasing in a way that sometimes we can't capture until we see the things. That's important, and we believe these are the things that people will want to see as they extend the worlds that we've created and we've enjoyed. So the idea of a hyper-realistic interaction is something that will probably come over and over again in our conversations. Also, the idea of social interaction is extraordinarily important because these worlds cannot exist if there are no people. If there are no people to, as I said, build, have fun, explore, and so forth. But things move one step further. There's economic interaction as well, because at the end of the day, we did have games for a very, very long time. But games and the metaverse, although they seem very, very close, are not the same thing. In a metaverse, you should be able to create new things, to create new objects, to sell them, to exchange them, and to interact with them in a way that you have full ownership on. This is extraordinarily important because once a world like that is set in motion, it can become something totally surprising and different than what people have thought at the very beginning. Of course, the other idea that is important is that as we create worlds, it's very common sense and indeed extremely important that these worlds should be interoperable. There's clearly no point in having one world and then all the other worlds separated. Because at the end of the day, the more we look at this idea and problem, the more valuable the insight becomes whenever we see that these bridges connect worlds and that we can essentially change other worlds, essentially affect feedback within those worlds and so forth. So another important point between the interoperability is, of course, the openness. Having open source technology underpin this type of worlds creates a new premise, creates a premise where just as you have full ownership on things, you can explore these worlds, you can build in these worlds. They are open for you to interconnect and interoperate with, as long as there are some clear standards. And you choose to move by those standards. And this is, in fact, not very different from how the world operates. Of course, if you want to go in a country and live in a country, you need to be clear on what the rules are. And this is how you can interact with the country in a productive way. Now, moving beyond the openness, it's also clear that metaverses cannot be perceived and treated as real worlds if they can be arbitrarily changed and reset from one day to another. The point of having persistency, the point for having some clear rules that you can build on, for the state to essentially accumulate whatever it is that you're accumulating, whether it's energy, whether it's money, and so forth, all of this tie things together so that we can look at these new worlds in a new light. Now, things become, of course, even more interesting when we look at a world like this. We see all the benefits that we're discussing about, and then we also see how in a world like this, we could essentially make payments, make any type of exchanges, and interact in a very, very similar way to how we interact with the real world at this point. So having a payment rails for the metaverse will be fundamentally important, which is also incidental to X-Money. Of course, we could not have said directly what X-Money will do from the beginning, but now that the puzzle fits together, you'll see how each of these elements fit and how they bring tremendous value to the users, companies, and different brands that will choose to explore this type of worlds. And to also come back to one point, the idea with this card that we actually discussed about becomes even more valuable. Imagine living, exploring, or building something in a world, and then with your phone, traversing either to another world or just moving around wherever you might live. And then from that phone, with the same money that you have received in one of these worlds, you go and buy your groceries, you go and buy some sneakers. Blurring the line in this way creates magic. At that point, the distinction between what we call the real world and the metaverse world disappears. This is what we're trying to build and create in a way that the distinction not only is blurred, but there's a positive feedback loop between the worlds, that not only the physical world remains a priority and an important step forward, but then we can also take this new path, explore it to the maximum, and not forget that it has to bring positive feedback back to the roots. So, of course, a very, very important step in thinking about these things has been discussing with many, many companies around the world. in reviewing what they have built, in looking at their technologies. And we have a lot of friends, a lot of partners, a lot of companies that during the next period will unveil different things that will, some of them, be without a doubt extremely exciting. But an important step for us, and I believe for the space, was the decision to actually invest in Improbable. And while this is still very early and very fresh, and it also explains a bit why we've not discussed about it yet, we're very, very excited about this type of collaboration that puts what they have built, which is very ambitious, a very ambitious piece of technology for the metaverse space, to great use in our tech stack. This is a very important step that probably tomorrow we'll discuss a bit more about with Herman, the founder of Improbable, who will be here and will have a really, really awesome conversation with on the stage. Now, the important part with what we've done with Improbable comes back to the vision. They are an ambitious and remarkable team. They are moving really fast and providing tremendous value to the ecosystem in a way that you see is very thoughtful. This we always love, and this is how we try to find strong partnerships, strong collaborations that put things together and that enable us to make a leap forward in what we're trying to achieve. Of course, we're not only integrating technology, but as I've mentioned before, we're super excited to also lead the round of their investment, and this we'll very soon discuss more about because it's super, super excited. But the key thing is that we've not only explored things philosophically, trying to understand what the idea of a metaverse really is, trying to understand where the metaverse should stand in the economy, in the hierarchy of priorities that we have. But we've also put a lot of thought into how a metaverse can be really built, how it can be extremely productive, how it can extend experiences, interactions, adventure, learning, and so forth. And after doing all of this, we've looked at the products, as we have mentioned before, as fabric underpinning this type of worlds, Portal opening the world and worlds to everyone around the world, and then worlds, X-worlds, being a creation engine, being a network of interoperable metaverses, and then a first metaverse that will put together to anchor this new space that we're beginning to build and we're setting in motion. All of this, of course, takes a lot of time, but I'll invite you to look at a video about a first milestone that we're building towards.
In a world where the bounds of your reach will cross time and space, where the gravity of your interactions are not dictated by the laws of physics, where your definition of self-expression will operate on a whole new plane. With the click of a button,
welcome to the metaverse.
You are at the center of the discovery.
We see what lies further ahead. Launch yourselves into the unknown like the intrepid explorers you are.
On a thrilling journey to meet, emote, organize, and control your destiny. Multiverse is your universe. Get ready for it.
You've officially stepped foot on the journey across the eternity.
So, X-Worlds. I think the most important part to outline here is that we're building toward the first milestone. This is not something that can be built overnight. It will take time, it will take effort, it will take a lot of focus. But as you've probably seen, the team that we have put together, the partners that we're collaborating with, we choose very, very carefully. Because if things are done right, we truly believe they can open up a completely new path for the world to explore things, to look at, to build. And so the first milestone that I'll very, very much want to, let's say, proactively focus on is just a record that we're trying to set together with the community. Namely, on the 10th of December, we'll try to gather and explore a first glimpse. Now, a first glimpse will definitely not mean that things are completely ready, that we're just moving to the metaverse and we're not returning back. A first glimpse means a first glimpse, a test, an exploration. But we'll try to do a first glimpse where we not only take what we have, but then we also take something that we're taking from Improbable, which is using technology that enables everyone, enables thousands of people to, in real time, be present in a new world and interact together. This will still feel like a first step. It will be very early, but we could not be more excited and thrilled to be able to push toward that first step. So I'm tremendously excited to share this all with you and already invite all of you to book the date and join us. Let's set a record for the world to look at, and let's try to beat and gather 10,000 people in a space interacting in the metaverse at the same time. This date. Now, the key point here is, as we'll explore these things, you'll discover some of the steps that we've made throughout time and what they really mean. Some of the ways in which the applications can interact, how they create an ecosystem that is indeed unparalleled to what has been built. 20 days is a very short time. And of course, it's probably still going to be a first glimpse, but it's going to be very much worth it. So thank you for this, and very much looking forward to seeing you in this demo or exploration with the first glimpse of the X Worlds. Thank you. The key point, as I said, we'll try to do this in the spirit of what we've called throughout the time Battle of Nodes. So we're trying to test some things out, explore them, see what works, see what can be developed that's very different from what we've seen, and then open this conversation to the entire community, moving even beyond only our community and incorporating other very large and important communities as well. The community of Improbable, the community for other people excited about the idea of the metaverse, and the community of people around the world that are not necessarily building stuff, but perhaps are looking to explore new worlds, are looking to essentially wander around and share some new experiences with their friends and everyone else. So this thing that we're discussing about, I believe, is extremely large, and we've covered a lot today. I say sometimes that sometimes things are a lot to take in, but I'm convinced that today has been not only super exciting and so forth, but then people are also, and you, the people that are here, and the people that are part of the Elrond community, and the people around the web, all of them are looking at this and are trying to put the pieces together. During the next weeks, during the next months, we'll essentially push extremely hard for each of the products that we're discussing to get the new website on, to essentially have the new incorporated features on, and to the best of our abilities, push for ideally one type of new release like this until we complete the space, at least this iteration, every week. Now, this is crazy, and it's going to be extremely challenging and difficult, but we've come to enjoy some type of challenges. And as you look at this ecosystem, as you look at the transformation that we've done and the way we've expanded the vision for Elrond, you see that this is not only a vision. It's not only about seeing the things, but it's also about putting each of the things together with an enormous group of people that is putting a lot of energy in, and with an extremely passionate community that I'm sure during the next period will grow tremendously. Now, this day could not end without one last thing. This is one thing that attempts to tie everything together as a first step. And this is the new website that we've put together and that my colleague Sergio will essentially share the website on. This is the new Multiverse X website. Of course, you'll have time to dig deeper in it, to take a closer look at it, but we're tremendously excited. I think we can scroll a bit back, scroll a bit even down. The most important, one of the points that we'll underscore is how the metaverse idea comes to life today. Not in 5 or 10 years, but today. With the products that we've put together, with the ecosystem that is coming to life even more and more, with some of the products that we've mentioned, whether it's the money part, the Rails part, exchanges, Spotlight, the Launchpad, and so forth. It all comes down to one spot, one vision that can, for the first time, open a bridge to a new world, and that we're tremendously excited to share with all of you. this is going to, of course, be live in a few minutes. You'll be able to share some feedback. You'll be able to come and look at the different elements that we've put together. You'll also be able to join a kind of request or waiting list for Xfabric, and then very soon for some of the other products. And of course, this is a step forward. It is an insane step forward, I'd say. But this opens up the conversation for what we'll see during the next weeks. We will aim to make a first version public of the X Exchange new paper and vision during the next week. And I'm sure there are at least a few people in the audience and community that have been waiting for what we were discussing in MyRDEX and MEX 2.0 economics. So the X Exchange part ideally will be unveiled during the next week as a position paper to be discussed with the community and so forth. Then afterwards, we'll have the new X Spotlight update, a much more improved version, as you've seen in the presentation of Lucian. And then with these two products, you'll see a bit of an exciting and a very, very eye-opening roadmap to what will come ahead. So I want to take the moment to thank all of you, and not only the people in the community, not only the people present, but also the people on the internet that are looking at all of this. And would recommend that you take a close look at things. Would love to hear from you, to hear your ideas, how you can build, how you want to build on this product. And if there's one thing that we can take away with us, it's that as Elrond transforms and extends to Multiverse X, a completely new future and a completely new world opens up. So thank you, and very much looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Make a closure or not? Yes, you can leave the room if you want. So I will just 2 more minutes. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention during the whole day. I was absolutely not brief about that, basically. Benjamin gave me a few ideas, but not the whole detail. I have to discover, like you, in this stage, what I have to say for close the day. So, I have a lot of things to process. Elon Musk say, let that sink in? Yeah. So, I think we have a few things to process. I want to know in application what will be this future with Elrond. But user experience is one of the key axes of Elrond. Because when I'm talking to my family, when I'm talking to my friend, not on this ecosystem, I have to find the way to explain what is blockchain. It is useful or not, if you can access to it or if it's too complex. And I think user experience, but also interoperability will be the key of this different world for blur the line, but also to enable people without any technological skills to access to this different revolution, to connect the real world to the virtual needs as payment, to have a single balance in different world. So tomorrow we will let the mic to the community, builders from traditional world, but also cryptocurrency world, as Deloitte, Ledger, Binance, Morningstar Venture, Just Mining too, but also let the founders of these different teams and the different launchpad talk about her own vision of the blockchain, her own vision of the product, and some already functional things and services in Elrond. Thank you, everybody. The door will stay open during at least 1 hour, and you will be open to discuss, to networking a bit. And tomorrow morning, we will also receive the Romanian Minister of Research, Innovation, and Digitalization before starting this day. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.